This morning, on my way here, I saw women in orange, and they were dressed with brooms and everything, shouting, "We no go grill, our money too small." And somehow there was a traffic, and I called one of them. I said, "What is wrong?" She said the money they are paying them for sweeping the street, cleaning the road and all that is very small. And somebody told me they pay them 10,000 naira monthly. I said, "I don't understand. Is it 10,000 anytime you sweep?" They said monthly. So there is an agitation. There are women, mothers, and if their request is not granted, it can spiral to something else we might not be able to manage. Everybody has an interest. Everybody has a grievance. How can we have a system that can address, to a relative extent, bringing justice, fair hearing, as the case might be? So you're going to tell us your name. A mic is going to move around. We'll do that quickly before the chairman walks in. You tell us your name, tell us the organization you represent, then tell us what do you think we can do to correct our justice, social justice system in Nigeria. And when we talk about justice, look beyond the legal space. Justice starts from our homes. Justice starts with how we treat one another. So before it even translates to the legal institution. So on this note, get ready to clap anytime somebody speaks. And please don't talk more than 15 seconds. My name is David Ibrahim. I am from Nigeria, and this is what I want can be done. We have a special secretariat here that is going to be documenting conversations, and we'll tell you what we'll do with the conversations as soon as the program begins formally. So this is pre-commencement of the event. Thank you very much. I am here. We're going to be anchoring this event together. Please help me welcome Magnificent Eze. Let me bring her up quickly to say hi to us. Please put your hands together for her. Can I have a microphone? Thank you. This is the first time I'm hearing somebody be magnificent, and she's really looking magnificent. If she is, please put your hands together for her. Her voice sounds magnificent also. Can we hear you?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Please appreciate yourself. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Magnificent, and I'm here with Sir Daniel to be the MC of today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we would like the mic to go around randomly. I see some very wonderful ladies. They've been very responsive to me since I came. So let's start with them. Please put your hands together for them. Let's have the mic, please. Yep. Take it to them. Take it to them. So move the mic around, yes. So have you ever been a victim of injustice before, Magnificent? So we'll keep bending. I'm sure at the end of this program, I will need a massage. But can it go up in any way? If not, we'll enjoy it. Thank you very much. Fortunately, we are both not very tall. All right. So let's start with you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Barrister Faith Dimka. I'm a superintendent of police, and I'm from the Legal and Prosecution Section, Force Headquarters. What can be done to improve social justice? Social justice is a very broad term. Generally, it relates to inequality and on different spheres. But one thing I know is that we cannot address inequality alone. There must be strategic collaboration between organizations to ensure that this is achieved. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. I sensed it. You are a lawyer. I sensed it. That's why I gave you the mic first. So I'm going to be careful the way I speak. And so please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Next person, please.
Good morning, all. My name is Ogechuku Ibenebu. I'm from the Legal Aid Council. Yes, where the people actually collaborating with the Nigerian police to make sure that the people are incarcerated persons are given adequate representation. And that is one of the most germane things we must do to ensure social justice. People-centered justice is social justice.
Wow, I love that. People-centered justice. Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Florence Omozaldabo, and I'm a private business person. I'm into catering and event planning. I think for social justice, we should have this awareness. We should create an awareness. Just like you said, an example about the women that sweep. So I don't know how the private sector, aside the public sector, can really come in and see how we can create an awareness. Maybe having, what do we call it now? Maybe having this a symposium or seminars.
Yeah.
We reach out to them, and I think that will actually help for them to air their grievances, and the private sector can actually help to convey the right message and pass it on to the government when necessary.
Thank you very much, my dear. Thank you very much. Next person, please. To the left. Let's do it this way, then move around.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning, my brother.
Yes, my name is Yusuf Iodo. I am coming from the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. I'm very happy to be here. Addressing social justice, I think that the beginning is to recognize that the right of everyone matters.
Say that again.
It's recognizing that the right of everyone matters.
Can we all echo it together? 1, 2, go.
Recognizing
The right of everyone matters.
One more time.
Recognize that the right of everyone matters.
Those of you that are not talking, I'm marking your script. I will fail you. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. How is the president doing? It's very well. All right. We'll get to you very soon. We'll get to you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, my dear.
My name is Clementina Okon. I work with women with albinism. So I'm one of their workers. So I'm
Women
here.
with
Albinism. Yes, I work, that we call Wagan.
Okay.
So
But you are not.
I'm not, I work with them.
Please put your hands together for her.
So I'm representing my D. So talking about social justice, all about fairness. Fairness in terms of making everyone equal. In terms of in the space of disability, we must be equal with every other person. So that's my take in social justice, fairness.
Is it possible in Nigeria?
It's
That's why we are here. We will talk
here.
it. Please put your hands together for Clementina. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Chukuma Amarachi. I'm from Network of Women with Disability. Social justice, I think, is all about inclusion.
Wow.
Let me bring it down to disability community. Inclusion matters in what we are saying. Because he who wears shoes knows where his pinch is. So if everybody can be included in what they are doing, there will be social justice.
Is there inclusion in Nigeria? Are we all included in everything? No, we won't fight. We're having conversation about. Thank you very much. Next person.
Good morning, everyone.
How are you?
How are you?
Well, we can hear you.
Well, I am Igwe Blessing.
Oh, okay.
I'm a draft lady, but I can't speak. Okay, no. But my coming here, I am representing advocate for women with disability initiative. So, but I have no information about the program, but I am representing my booth. Thank you.
Well, I heard you clearly. Can we please put our hands together for her? Thank you very much. Let's move to the other side.
Okay,
Good morning, everyone.
Welcome, my dear.
My name is Mrs. Halilu. I'm from Federal Ministry of Justice, representing Mrs. Letitia Ayola Daniels. Well, for me, I think social justice, in Ministry of Justice, is about equality. Opportunities, giving everybody opportunities to get justice, equality in everything. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, can you tell us which office are you from again?
Ministry of Justice. I'm representing Mrs. Ayola Daniels from Administration of Criminal Justice and Reform.
Wow, you're welcome. It's good to have you here. We're going to be talking to you a lot and asking for help too. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Obiama Madu Udalo. I'm the Executive Director at Balami Foundation, IBF. For social justice, from our own point of view, we deal with reaching out to those who are relegated in the society. So for us, paying attention and calling out those problems that exist and dealing with them directly is our own approach to dealing with social justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Dealing with them directly. That's why we're here. Please put your hands together for our next person, please.
I'm just taking on our ways. I didn't know everybody will speak. But in
just
my
say,
own...
Una well done.
You say?
Tell us your name, your organization you're from, and what you think we can do to improve our social justice system.
Okay, I'm Emmanuel Ekon.
Welcome.
I'm from MPhil Attorneys. So what I see as social justice is reaching out to those that really need to be reached out to. That is those in need. Being fair to every segment of the society, irrespective. Yes, fairness to every segment of the society, irrespective of...
Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. Unfortunately, you are fair. Like me. Next person, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Usman Adejo Michael. I represent DSPG, that is Daniel School of Politics. My view on social justice is action. We're in a society where we talk so much about, we know, the people knows, and we also know the government knows the need of the people. We know what it means to bring up social justice, but we do not take action.
Action.
So
Please
I
put
think
your hands
action
together
is the
for him.
keyword to this.
That's why we're
As
here
we
today.
talk, we take action. Thank you.
You very much. There's going to be a lot of follow-up actions after our conversations.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, my brother.
I'm from the Daniel School of Politics and Governance. Like the
Your
first
name
speaker,
is very important to this conversation.
Yes.
So let's hear your name.
So, like the first speaker said,
Your name.
the barrister, Auro Nicholas, I said it earlier.
All right, thank you.
From the Daniel School of Politics.
All right.
Like the first lady said, the barrister, he said the word is broad. So I want to look at it from the point of patriotism. The truth is that we are not patriotic in this country. From the head to the bottom. There's no love for the people. There's no love for the inhabitants. So this thing affects everything. So I think to get it, we should be patriotic first. Other nations are doing well because of patriotism. One American man can cost American government to spend billions to make sure he's taken care of, to make sure that anything that happens to him affects the country. So they want to solve it. But in this place, it's different. And that is why we are having this problem, and we are talking every day social justice. We are talking about corruption.
Thank you.
We can't say it all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You mean Nigeria cannot stop for one Nigeria?
It's not easy, sir, the way it is now.
We'll stop for you. Please put your hands together for you. Thank you. I love my country.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
My name is Richard Adipa from the Daniel School of Politics and Governance. Social justice for me is carrying everybody along.
Okay.
Like somebody say, those who are marginalized, ensure that their voice is being heard, and what is due of them is given them. Thank you.
Thank you. Carry everybody along. We will try our best.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Abiodun Adedokun, and one way to improve social justice is advocacy. We cannot stop but to support. And how do we advocate or how do we support this social justice? Is by educating, because we cannot remove education. When we talk about educating, we educate all classes, all categories, even starting from the children. Because it's one thing to say, oh, they are right, but do we know our rights? So we cannot take away that education. It is by advocating, it's by educating and putting out, stating what our rights are, is us strengthening our voices and enforcing equality.
Our rights and enforcing our rights. Thank you very much. Next person.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Comrade Innocent Christian Oyekachi. I'm a good citizen of Federal Republic of Nigeria and a student of the SPG. I think in social justice, the common man has lost hope for social justice. And I think action should be taken and you should get to the common man. Thank you.
You're not a common man, I'm very sure. Thank you very much. Next person, please.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Aloysius Emmanuel, and for me, I think social justice is adhering to the rights of every human being on earth, every human being that is concerned. So we shouldn't give a space whereby some people are excluded from some particular maybe gains or things that are meant to be for all, but then it's shifted to one particular group and then it is being divided. Yeah, it is being separated from another different group. So I think social justice is just the equality.
Equality.
Yeah.
Thank you. Which organization are you from?
The Green Group.
Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Victor Odo, and I'm a member of the Green Group Nigeria. So, about social equality, I think, as my co-partner here said, it's all about if we can recognize everyone that we are one and look into our different opinions and then make us to have the mentality that nobody is higher than any other person. I think we can, at least from there, achieve a better outcome.
Thank you very much, my brother. Next person, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Very good morning.
My name is Joshua Emmanuel from the Green Group Nigeria. And what I will say is about social, this thing is empower individuals and then create more opportunities for the people involved.
More opportunities. Yeah. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. We'll just take 3 persons that just arrived. Okay. All right, go ahead quickly.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Abakar Usman. I'm a software developer from Seed Builders Innovation Hub. I didn't actually plan to be here today. I was here for another conference. But then the conference is actually on 10th September, not 9th. But then I came here and I saw social justice and it really, I was interested and I came in here and I sat down. Now, in terms of social justice in Nigeria, I feel like in Nigeria, a layman really has no rights per se. He isn't able to compete with someone who has a high status or a lot of money.
Okay.
So in terms of achieving social justice in Nigeria, I feel one way we can tackle that is awareness. If there's a lot of awareness, a lot of people are actually, a lot of people are aware, the big boys in Nigeria, that's the government and a lot of people.
Are you the small boys?
I'm the small boy. We are just.
It's only you that is small, though. Yeah, big boys. Go ahead, please.
All right. So, if there's a lot of awareness and a lot of pressure to actually bring these people on board, to make sure that everyone has equal rights, and then the layman and the big man, all of us have equal rights, and I'm sure we can achieve social justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are a software developer, you said? So you are going to come up with a software before we leave that is going to help us achieve social justice. All right, let's take some of the persons that just came in, pick 1 or 2 so that we can cut to the next point quickly.
Good morning. My name is Obed Innocent. I'm from DSPG. So I think mostly we'll have to narrow down to the constitutional provision for the common citizen. If there is such a provision for social justice, then we'll look at the process of enforcement and the parastatals or structures that have been set in place to implement these laws that creates the provision for social justice. How effective are they, if they are? If they are not, what should be done in order to ensure that such a provision is made available and then properly enforced?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Okay, we'll take 2 persons more. Quickly, let's meet you.
Yeah.
When you come to an event like this, always show up and let your voice be heard so that you don't get back to your room and say, I don't like this country. Now talk. This is the country. And I'm going to tell you why you need to talk, because there's going to be a thorough post-event sequence that will follow up. And every conversation here will be properly documented and sent to relevant individuals and institutions. And I'm sure you're going to have a copy of that white book. So let's meet you, my brother.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Godfrey.
Are you leaving your seat?
Yeah, I think so that the camera
can see you.
Can see me, sure.
Let his voice be heard.
Please, camera, he wants you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Are they seeing him now?
Yeah, I'm sure he can see
Okay,
me.
they can see you.
Yeah, the name
Zoom
is-
into him very well. Thank you.
The name is-
I like you, my brother. Please clap for him.
The
I'm
name
sure
is,
what you want to say is very important. Everybody stop moving. Let's hear you, my brother.
All right, thank you. Good morning. The name is Godfrey Eshemoge
All right.
of Arise News.
Oh, from Arise News.
Sure.
No wonder. Okay, talk now.
Yes, basically, just like the American slogan that says, Black Lives Matter. I want to use it, just put it to the Nigerian setting, to just say social justice entails, can be summed up to mean all lives matter in Nigeria.
Beautiful.
Irrespective of your status,
Beautiful.
irrespective of your religion, irrespective of the political party you belong, irrespective of what you believe in, irrespective of what you like, your likes and dislikes. So every life in Nigeria should matter. So that is what I can sum social justice to mean, in my own view. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All lives matter. Thank you very much. All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, my sister.
My name is Elizabeth Wike. I'm a lawyer, and I'm from ETU Wilson.
How come all the lawyers are congregating in one place? I'm going to move you people very soon. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay,
You're welcome,
so-
my dear.
Thank you. Okay, so from a personal standpoint, I feel social justice is the view that everyone deserves equality in terms of economic, political, social rights, and any other opportunities.
Yeah.
Basically, just everyone deserves that equal.
Everyone.
Yes.
Everyone
Thank you.
does. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. I think, is there anybody yet? Okay, let's give her the mic. My sister. Been waiting for you. Yes, you. Yes, you. Yes, you.
She just came in. Maybe.
Yes. So tell us your name, the organization, and what we can do to improve our social justice system, or what you think about social justice as the case may be. So let's hear you. Welcome.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, my dear.
I am Okachi Cynthia from Women and Girls with Albinism Network. Social justice is simple from my understanding. It's simply the availability of every right of a human. Equal respect, equal opportunity, equal access for every human being. That's my understanding of social justice.
Equal, equal, equal. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, for want of time, we will stop here so that we will prep ourselves properly for what has already started. And from the points everybody raised this morning, something is common, we have a common denominator in this conversation. We hear key words like equality. Everybody should be carried along. And while you were saying that, I was scared, and I started to check how possible is it. In this room right now, we have people from different tribes, different religion, different profession, different mental inclination, different orientation, different political affiliation, different academic background. So our differences, them plenty. Permit me to speak that way. So how can we harmonize our differences? And several persons have tried it, several government programs have tried it, but it's like a monster staring at us. But if we don't stand together, we might die together. We will not die. We will stand together. And we will start standing together. We will win together by having constructive conversations together. On this note, on behalf of the board and directors and partners of the Real Life International, I would like to welcome every single one of us and the guests that are still walking in to the second edition of the Podium, a national conversation on social justice and related issues. And in the next few minutes, myself, David Ibrahim, and my sister, Magnificent Eze, we will be guiding you and helping us to get the conversation right and straight. And as you noticed, some of our guests, special guests, so to speak, are already walking in, and they are stakeholders in the conversation for today, key stakeholders. And like I told you earlier on, we are having a conversation, not a quarrel. There's a difference between a quarrel and a conversation. I'll try it out with Magnificent so that you'll see, so that we all have a cue in the course of this program, because at a point the argument might get a little bit heated because there's going to be a cross-pollination between people here and people there. You are free to talk, and to some extent, we might even give you the right to say, no, I don't agree with that. Where you can manage disagreement, there can't be proper conversations. If we all must be right at all times, it's fake. It's fake. Very, very fake. Very, very fake. The first 2 years of my marriage, I thought I loved my wife very, very well. Very, very well. Until I discovered we started having institutional differences. Very fundamental, toxic differences. I said, is this possible? I thought I loved this person. Love does not mean the absence of disagreement. It doesn't mean the absence of disagreement. You will not like the color of my skin. I might not like the way you talk. I might not like the way you dress. But somehow we must have a common meeting point. And that is what we want to begin here today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Podium 2024. If you can, please put your hands together for yourselves. So, Magnificent. Your name is too long.
Meg.
Eh?
Meg.
I should call you, instead I should call you Maggie. See, I just started the quarrel now. What's my business with a name being long? That is my orientation, isn't it? Other person likes it magnificent. Are you getting the point? But we see things completely different. And this is the first time I'm hearing this name. And the impression it gives to me is something wow. So I'm seeing it from at first I said the name was too long. But now I'm seeing it for the implication of the name. That means that we must prepare ourselves to not to like everything at once, but also discover likeness is gradual. Liking somebody is gradual. There was a time in my life I didn't like the Igbo people. But now I discovered the institutional benefit of the Igbo race to this country. You can't beat it. Please put your hands together for anybody that is Igbo, my sister. All right, so I would want us to prepare our minds because we are going to be harmonizing thoughts, harmonizing processes in the course of this conversation. And please feel free. This is your country. This is your space. The organizers have taken time, resources to put this together. we need people from different organizations, different school of thought to add their voice to this document we are about to put together. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again welcome you. In the next few minutes, our chairman will be here and we'll take the national anthem and commence the event properly. I'm excited to let you know our keynote speaker is right here, fully seated and ready to disburse and deploy what he has in stock for us. At the right time, to follow protocol, I am going to call names and properly recognize them. Once again, you are very much welcome. I will leave you with Magnificent for a few minutes. Let me consult with our technical team.
So there's this slogan that always stick with me, and it's that people do not care how much you know until they know how much you care. I'll say it again. People do not care how much you know until they know how much you care. So for me, social justice, is caring for every single person. Every single person. As much as you care for yourself, you should extend that care to every single person you come across. So I'd like us to really appreciate the convener of this event, this conference, and the person of Ambassador Felix Agbo. Please appreciate him. So with me is a list of invited guests. But before I start, I want to say every single person is important. Every single person is valued. Every single person is appreciated. Your presence means everything to us. You're the reason we're having this conference. So please, again, appreciate yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to ask a question and probably say there's an award for it. So who here knows the new national anthem? Who's very familiar with it? Can I just see your hand up? If you're very familiar with the new national anthem. So you are. Oh, please, a round of applause for him. Oh, a round of applause for her. Okay, that's nice. So we need the mic. Please, can we have music at the background? Thank you. Where's the mic? Okay, thank you. Please, can we rise as we take the national anthem? Okay. Can we have it displayed because I'm not very familiar with national anthem. Thank you. Please appreciate yourself as you take your seat. Okay, so I sincerely apologize that I do not know how to recite the national anthem. And please let's appreciate her for taking the lead too. Please do appreciate her. You don't know it, so she did. Please appreciate her. Thank you. Okay, so we have been on about social justice. And I would like to ask if anyone here has experienced in any form of injustice, social injustice, any experience you have about social injustice. Anyone at all? Do we have anyone? Do you want to tell us your experience and what it was like? Anyone in the house? So we say we all been treated socially fair. That's good. I'm proud of my country. Please, let's appreciate our country, Nigeria. Please, we need the music. Have, please move closer so I can ask them question. Okay. Can I see the? I can't see. Sorry. Can you be on your feet, sir? Thank you. Please appreciate him. So, sir, what organization? What's the name of your organization?
MPhil Attorneys.
Enfield Attorneys. So what do you do?
It's a law firm.
Oh, it's a law firm. Okay. So I'm going to ask a question directly to your company. So how do you manage social justice in your company, in your organization?
I ensure that everybody is treated fairly.
This you do by?
You say?
This you do by. What are the measures? Well, being practical, so people can learn. Thank you.
I consider the year of call.
Okay.
I consider the contribution. For instance, if somebody brings a case to the chambers, you don't expect me to treat, that is to, what is obtained from that, the person that brought it has a certain percentage.
Okay.
So, if you are a lady, I wouldn't be too hard for you when it is maybe late for you to still continue to work in the office. But for the men, I know they have a long way to go. So,
okay. Stronger vessel, you mean?
Yes, yes. No, not really. They are to take care of families tomorrow.
Okay.
So a lady, one billionaire can just come and carry.
Oh, wow.
So the man has to work harder because it is his responsibility to provide for the family, extended family, and then take care of the society one way or the other.
Okay, thank you very much. Please appreciate him. So on behalf of the women, I stand to be corrected. Ladies, women are actually supposed to work hard as well. I don't know, am I the only one on this? I'm with you. Sir? Please, can we give him the mic? Let's hear what he has to say.
If you're treating the ladies differently, that means it's social injustice. So it's not. They should be treated. We should all be treated equally.
Thank you. We talk about equality, and I would say I'm even addressing the part of where the male are supposed to work hard. I feel the women also should work hard as well. Right? That's equality. We're not asking us to be stronger than men, but we're actually supposed to work hard as well. Can we have the next person?
You said the women should work hard, but the women are already working hard. So I think that what we should be pushing for more should be equity, not really equality. Because the women are already doing a lot. Aside even the biological process that women have to go through that men do not even understand. We still contribute, we still work 9 to 5, just like the men. So we're already working hard. I don't know what other work you want us to do. I mean, you see women going to the market in the morning. The early morning markets, vegetable markets are women. The women still go back and take care of the children. So if we even look at the job, the women work more than the men. So I think we're already working hard. I think it's time for the men to actually step up. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay, so when we were discussing, Mr. David said something. He said, we'll have a disagreement, right? But that is not an absence of love. So this is actually a disagreement. This is coming from different angles. So just to correct what I said women are supposed to work hard. I'm not saying women are working harder than men or they should work harder than men. I'm just saying, I'm trying to correct what he said when he said men are supposed to work hard. I said women as well are supposed to work hard. So it's not saying they have to be more than men, but they also need to work. So right about now, I'll just invite Sir David to join us. Join me. Thank you.
Easy, but permit me to say magnificent easy. I'd like to recognize our media partners that are here today. I think I'll use the microphones here to start. Then in case I didn't mention the name of your organization, you will please help get across to the protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with the good old largest television network in Africa, NTA, Nigerian Television Authority. Can we please celebrate NTA? Thank you very much. If you did not watch NTA growing up, you're a Gen Z. Please help me welcome one of the fastest rising news platform in Africa, and they might even say in the world, Arise News Network. Can we please put your hands together for Arise? Thank you very much. And also, we have one of the outstanding news platforms in Nigeria today. Please help me recognize TVC News. Can we please celebrate TVC News? Thank you very much. And of course, we have the Voice of Africa here, and they are quite consistent with the narrative of this event this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me celebrate Africa Independent Television, AIT. I am very sure there are quite a number of other media outfits here. We will properly recognize them, even if their microphones are not here right now. I'm sure we have people from the print media, radio houses, as the case might be. Please put your hands together for all of them combined. Your name was mentioned, it wasn't mentioned, just celebrate. Now, the essence of taking the pain to have proper media representation here is because this is not a gist we are going to have. It's a conversation. There's a difference between a gist and a conversation. You can have a gist after dinner on your Corvette and just discuss things, and they are not properly documented. But we want posterity to recognize the conversations that is transpiring here this morning. And that is why we are bringing together these powerhouses in terms of media in Nigeria, such that this conversation can be properly disbursed and transmitted to homes and corridors of power, as the case may be. So I would like to request, when the time comes and you need to talk, pick your words carefully, because your words can alter or add color to the conversation, as the case might be. And like my sister Magnificent said, whether you are here or you are there, there is equality. The difference is positioning. All of us cannot sit here. But if you are there, your voice will be heard. If you are here, your voice will be heard. The moment you have a microphone, we'll tell all the cameras to focus on you. Is that okay? So please put your hands together for yourself, whether you are here or there or there or here. Thank you. Any moment from now, I will be calling out some names for us to know some of the persons that will lead the conversation as we proceed. So, but before then, I would like to announce to the House, and I will say it again when the chairman arrives. I've been informed that he's almost here. We have a secretariat in this event headed by somebody that deserves to head that position. Why do we have a secretariat? So we have a secretariat because every conversation here is going to be properly documented, and we are going to create a white document that we're going to send to the president, to governors, to ministers, to captains of industries and related institutions. So a few weeks from now, you are going to be seeing a document, white document, moving around that encapsulates all the conversation that transpired here this morning. So whatever you say is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize our secretary heading the secretariat for this event. He is a gender rights advocate and the coordinator NGO Save Society for Women and Girls. He also has over close to 20 years experience in writing, local and international as the case might be, and he deserves to be the one to pen down and also coordinate the documents that are going to come out from this event. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our brother, Joe Nathan. Please put your hands together for him. Please be on your feet. So know that there's a secretary monitoring you, and there are several other persons that will be working with him. When the chairman comes again, we are still going to recognize his person so that we understand that this is not a gist we are about to have. We want to have proper conversations, very, very proper conversations. Now, I would also do an introduction, though off protocol, but it's still very necessary because we want to talk here. Somebody is going to be our keynote speaker. He has worked to ensure that the right information, data, has been put together to ensure that the things we are going to be saying here today, they stem from an academic research points of view. Every one of us will be gleaning from the things he will say here today. He is a development expert. He's a business expert. He's a talent manager. He's a people manager as well. And fortunately also, he contested for the office of the governorship in a particular state in Nigeria. So he has a broad spectrum understanding and experience, so to speak, having to do with justice in all its ramifications. Ladies and gentlemen, he is set to dish out a content that every one of us should get ready to pick out ideas from. And should you disagree with him, in the academic world, nobody is has the monopoly of knowledge, and there is no truth no fact that is absolute in the sense of it. It's subject to different angles and modifications. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very excited to let you know that once we commence properly, when the chairman comes, one of the strong voices you are going to be hearing this morning is the voice of Dr. Sam Auta, popularly known as SDK. Can we please put our hands together for him? Put our hands together for him. For protocol's sake, I won't talk much about him until we commence fully. Now, we have some very senior officers and persons in our midst representing sensitive organizations, very sensitive ones. And at the right time, you are going to hear their voices. And please, as the whole nation hears what they say, we are trusting that this can stimulate a social change, a conversation that can bet new decisions and actions as we proceed. Now, can I give our rules and regulations for this event? So if you have your pen and your paper, just pick it up so that we can follow strict rules and guidance. So everybody please pick your pen and paper. If you go against these rules, I will just call our lawyers here to do justice to you, social justice to you. So they'll take you out somewhere under the sun, then bring you back again. All right. So, number one rule. Let your phone be on silence or vibration mode. I have been in meetings when somebody was supposed to make a very important statement, then one China phone just rings. Jan jagangang, gang, jan jagang, and the person gets confused, and the person did not make the statement again. So I want to appeal to us, let your phone be on silence. And also, as an addendum to number one rule, avoid picking calls here, and possibly tell all your friends and fans that give me the next 1 hour 30 minutes, don't call me. I'm in a serious national meeting. That will be very wonderful. Because we have a culture in Africa, not just in Nigeria. You see somebody pick a phone. I've seen it in a big event. He picked the phone on stage and say, Osaro, where are they for program? They disturb me. They disturb me. And he's shouting, and the microphone, Osaro. He's already disturbing the program. When I see somebody do that, instantly I know the person needs social help, not justice at this time. So, number two. Please, when somebody is speaking, don't interrupt the person. Is that okay? You don't like what the person is saying, you are not comfortable with it, don't interrupt. Just lift your left hand up, not your right hand. Your left hand. Just do like this. If I see your right hand up, it means I agree. But left hand means I disagree. In case you are a lefty, you don't know how to use left or right, just carry the two hands up. We know that your issue is serious. Please, this is very important. If we follow this, it's going to help us have proper conversations, as the case may be. Number 3, don't use foul languages. Don't use strong, toxic words. Still under number 3. Don't use sensitive words that can touch somebody's religion, ethnicity, or even political inclination. You might not like one political party. Don't use this to vent out your anger. So please choose your words carefully. Then number 4, which might likely be the final rule. So when you get home today, tell somebody, this is what I learned. Rules of conversation. Number 4, use what we call standard pitch, not high pitch. So in global terms, it's called detoning. Detone your voice. Don't be too high. This is the difference between a detoned voice and a voice that is not detoned. The one that is not detoned says his mind the way it is. I don't like what is happening here. All of you are just talking nonsense. Nonsense. Since this program started, you didn't say anything good about people from the north. People from the north are more important. This is pitch. This is the pitch that we used for quarrel those days in compound. When you hear pitches like this, please call your children inside. But do you notice if you go to UN events or Western events, no matter how angry somebody wants to declare war, say the United States of America is going to bomb Russia very soon. But he's saying it quietly. Don't play with that voice. Oh. It's detuned. It's so that you cannot escalate the situation. Then another person will come would like to appeal to the US to consider further actions, not to create more distress in the region. Now, so that they talk quietly, but they are saying serious things. So we are all going to detune. Can I request you help me? Okay. Can I request you help me speak to your neighbor in a detuned voice quickly? Just tell them, I hope you're having a nice time. Thank you for that rehearsal. So number one, we'll say it together. Number one, let's say it together. I want to go. Number two, number three, and number four. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you very much. And so as we follow that instruction, we will commence the event right away. So I am going to invite my sister, Magnificent, to please recognize some of our guests here. I say some because others are still on their way. Please put your hands together for her as she welcomes our guest.
I'd like to invite two persons up here on stage for the opening prayers. Pastor Amadi Emmanuel. Pastor Amadi Emmanuel, is he here? Okay, please let's appreciate him as he comes up on stage. I also like to welcome DC Mina Yaya. Is he here? Please appreciate him as he comes up on stage. Please don't need the mic. Thank you, sir. So can we all be upstanding as we take the opening prayers? Starting from you, sir.
Sallu ala Nabi al-Kareem. Inna Allah malaikatu yusalluna ala Nabi. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu sallu alayhi wa sallimu taslima. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار توفنا مسلم وعليكنا بالصالحين هلا أرزقنا عند وفاتنا بكلمة لا إله إلا الله. This 5 Fatiha. What to our conversion? As we converge successfully, we depart here successfully. Amen. And what we gather here to do, let it be a successful one, even beyond here. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Maliki Yawmiddin, Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in, Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim, siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim, ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Sallu ala Nabiyil Kareem. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
In the mighty name of Jesus, it is written in God's word that unto God will I seek and unto God will I commit my cause. He said, I shall no hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountains. For my people shall dwell in a peaceable habitation, in short dwellings and in quiet resting places. Oh Lord, we commit today's activity into your holy hands. We ask that everything goes smoothly, no tension, no chaos, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate them as they take their seats? Thank you. Like to appreciate some special person we have here in our midst, and I would really like us to give a round of applause as I mention their names. It's an honor to welcome Barrister Yusuf Iyodo as the representative of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Disability Matters. Please, let's appreciate him. Can we see you, sir? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Okay, so the next person is the Deputy. The next person is Benson Abulade Victor. He's the Deputy Controller of General of Corrections. Can we appreciate him, please? Thank you, sir. So we have here Peter Liquat. He's the Ambassador of Belgium of Nigeria. Can we appreciate him? Thank you, sir. With me, we have Ogechuku Bonan Ibenidu, representing Dr. Legal Aid Council. Can we appreciate him? Can we appreciate her? Sorry. Have DM Mohayi Hosaya. He's representing Abdullahi Adimine. I'm so sorry if I killed that name. Please, can we appreciate him? Thank you. Lastly, can we appreciate ourselves? Thank you.
We will keep recognizing the names of our guests, and especially for those that might be representing somebody, would want you to please do us a favor by calling the attention of the protocol team so that we can properly recognize you and the person you're representing, because technically speaking, the person is here. You are just bearing the name and carrying the responsibility of that person. And as you have heard, some of the persons here, they are institutional. They are not standing for themselves. We have very much represented here the Nigeria Correctional Service and a top official representing the top leadership. Can we please recognize him? Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for him. This institution is very critical to this conversation here today, because the Real Life Foundation one of their cardinal operational area is prisons. Before you get to prison, when you are in prison, when you leave prison, even if you don't ever go to prison. And they've done so much, and I'm sure at the right time when he comes here, he would let you know with data what they have done. And they've been working with the Nigerian Correctional Services over the years. And if you see some of the pictures and the stories from their activities, you would be grateful that God has raised somebody, an organization like that to speak. We also want to thank the Nigerian Correctional Service for cooperating with different organizations to make the lives of inmates better. Please put your hands together one more time for them. I can't wait to hear you speak, sir. I can't wait to hear you speak. And we also have in our midst here today, he was sent by the boss himself, the IG, Inspector General of Police. So the Nigerian Police Institution is here this morning, and they are critical to this conversation. If you love the Nigerian police, put your hands together, please. I say, if you love the Nigerian police, put your hands together, please. If you want the Nigerian police to be better, put your hands together, please. If you want to be a policeman or woman, put your hands together, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very senior man representing the IG here. When I say very senior, that means he can even send the IG pictures right now of what is going on. So that means the Nigerian police is here. Sir, we will talk. Oh. We will talk. But we'll follow the 4 rules. We'll detone. So even if I don't like something the police is doing to the social justice space, I'll say, sir, I don't like you. I don't like what you're doing. My voice is detoned, but I'll be expressing myself. So anybody that doesn't follow that rule, off their mic. But we want to thank you because you're here. He was the very first guest that came here. Please put your hands together for him and give him 2 bottles of water. Thank you, sir. I am loyal. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have somebody from the presidency here. Can we, and he's not just here because he was sent. From the tone and the pitch of his voice while he was talking, there is a concern. I can't wait to hear you talk, sir. And thank you for what you do. I want you to do us a favor, as much as possible. Though we are sending a document after now, take the information here to the presidency. Let the conversation move there. If they need the full video of this event, we will send it down. Please. So if it doesn't get to the president, I will hold you responsible. I will hold you responsible. Please, let's mark him out. I will hold you responsible. And from what I see, you're a very proactive and responsible person. So it will get there. Because there's no point us gathering here, spending millions of naira, talking, and it's not getting to the right corridor. But it will get to the right corridor. The police will hear it. The president will hear it. The correctional center will hear it. And ladies and gentlemen, the international community will hear it. Because we have somebody, the ambassador of Belgium to Nigeria. The overall, this is the president of Belgium is here right now. Because by diplomatic rule, an ambassador is representing the leadership of a country. And this is a man that believes in social justice. I've had the privilege of speaking with him with the leadership of this organization. And his hands are opened, and he has done so much in this regard. I've never been to Belgium, but because of you, I started doing a research on Belgium. I don't want to come. I like my country. Just stay your country. Ladies and gentlemen, but if you invite me, I'll come. Please help me recognize His Excellency, the ambassador in our midst today, our very big brother, Peter. Please put your hands together for him. I hope you're having a nice time in Nigeria. You are? All right. Before this event is over, we'll give you a Nigerian name. Yes, we'll decide which name it's going to be, whether a Yoruba name, Igbo name, Hausa name, or Calabar name. So That's where equity will come from. Ladies and gentlemen, I will take a step further by inviting somebody here to declare this event open and welcome us specially. He is the convener and the leader of this organization that has bearings across Nigeria. They've spent intellectual resources, financial resources, human resources over the years to ensure that people talk about the social space, as the case might be. Ladies and gentlemen, the never dying, never bowing, dogged and rugged social space activist and leader. Help me welcome the international director, the Real Life Foundation. I am talking about Ambassador Felix Akboy to welcome us to this event. Please keep clapping. If you might honor him a little with standing on your feet, it will do us good because he answered the call. That's why.
Good morning, everybody. Because of, I'm not comfortable because we are supposed to start earlier than this time, but for obvious reasons, we started far beyond schedule. So I will want to speed up. By doing that, I may not be detailed enough to recognize everybody just like the MC has done. I want to adopt what is popularly called standing on existing protocol. But that, as that may be, I also want to sincerely appreciate some of you who took time. Today is Monday, and I know Monday for some of you is a very tight day. We are just coming from a weekend, and a lot of things has happened over the weekend. We are supposed to be in our offices, attending to one file or the other, but we defied all that to be here. I sincerely want to thank you for honoring an invitation. We pray that God will bless you mightily in Jesus' name. The podium, as it stands, I will use it as an acronym for something, starting with the word P. For P, we say policy. So when we talk about podium, we are looking at, first of all, the letter P, which has to do with policy. And then on podium, we try to look at, examine a lot of policies, particularly as affects us as a nation, and also affects us as individuals, churches, mosques, society as a whole. And then when we look at policy, we also look at policy with respect to a particular sector, which is our core interest, our core attention, that has to do with the correctional service. Several of our activities and programs centers around the correctional center. And to the glory of God, from the time of inception to date, I can tell you that God has helped us to do massive work within that sector. We began the podium last year. That was the media program. We had it in Port Harcourt, and we called it the unveiling. And during the program, we invited stakeholders, people that we felt are relevant to the discussion. We have the FIDA, we have the NBA, we have the Commissioner of Justice at the state level, we call them Commissioner. We have the police, I think the IG, sorry, not the IG this time, or the CP. And we also have other members, just like the Legal Aid Council. Thank God we have a sister here representing. And then other stakeholders. And this discussion centers around what I'm going to talk about, which is the P, policy. So the policy, some of the policy we have seen in correctional service are core concern to some of us, and we felt something can be done. And among all, we are aware that in Nigeria, we have changed prison name from prison to correctional service. And the question some of us ask is there anything correctional about what we have on ground today? Is it just a change of name, what we might call change of nomenclature? In practice, are there things changing in the correctional center. So as a body, we have been involved in ensuring that we have what it takes for us to have a proper correctional service. In Port Harcourt, where we domicile, we have made tremendous impact in the Port Harcourt Correctional Center. I can recall that before the exit of the last controller of the center, we embarked on the program. And the program we had was to have a collective information and activities for all inmates. We felt that the fact that they are behind bars does not, in essence, term them condemned, even though the court of law has found some of them to be guilty, and then they are bearing the name condemned. Before God, we are still human beings. And so we look at it from two dimensions. We are looking at it from the angle of morality. We're also looking at it from the angle of legality. And so looking at these two together, we consider some policies and to see how some of these policies can be worked on and to be amended. Like I was trying to say, in Port Harcourt, we embark on a program where we have a collective program for the inmates. Every month, we do what we call end-of-month celebration, because we believe that everybody from January to December, among them, there are people who were born in particular months. So we used to have it as a birthday celebration for them. And then as a body, we prepare cake for them. As a body, we also buy a cow for the entire inmate. If you can tell by statistics, Port Harcourt prison has the largest population in Africa. As last counting, they were close to 4,000 inmates. So we don't have such capacity in Africa as of today. And so what we are doing was to have an inclusive, interactive session with them. So that was on continuously from January to December. And within us and around us, we are able to get, every month we ensure that we kill one cow for them. We are not just killing cow for them to be happy, but we are killing cow for them to also have that sense of belonging. Because among them, to be honest, there are few of them who are innocent. And that was what gave rise to the book I wrote, An Innocent Prisoner. In course of taking research or researching for writing this book, I realized that by statistics also, we have about 87,000 inmates across Nigeria. It could have been amended, reduced, or added. But within that space, we realized that among this number, 60-something thousand of them are on what we call ATM. The ATM awaiting trial men. Then among these awaiting trial people, we also have a sector of them who are there on account of what we may feel is not necessary. I have been involved or given attention to people who were there on the account of the fact that they were just moving out, and incidentally, police were doing what they call carrying out an action, and they were guilty of that action. They were arrested, sent to prison, and their parents have no idea where they were per time. There was a particular young man I bailed from Port Harcourt prison who was there for 4 years, and his parents never knew that he was in prison. The assumption and the conclusion was that he was a dead person. By the time we release him and send him to his people in a particular state in the east, where we are thrown stone, sand upon. Traditionally, what that means was that this young man is a ghost, but this is somebody we have declared dead. And so we have seen these kind of situations across board. And so we felt some of these policies could be looked into. And so that is what constitutes the podium. So the next one is O, letter O. Letter O has to do with orientation. In orientation, we are trying to create an awareness to make people understand and to see what is happening. Because a lot of people are not aware that some of these incidents are happening in our time. A lot of people are not aware about some cases that are going on societally and in our environment that we are ignorant of. And so part of their duties we carry out is to carry out an advocacy to ensure that people know what is happening. Knowing yourself, knowing the environment. I also said in this book, in chapter 3, I was talking about the human tendency to crime. A lot of things constitute why people commit crime. And then we are trying to identify some of those things in the medical palace. That's what they call preventive medicine. As a body, we have been doing what we call preventing crime by educating people against some of those actions that could lead you to a criminal act or criminal tendency. So these are one of the things we have done by O, orientation. And the next one is D. We have diversity. We're in the country where we have different groups and different languages, different ethnic groups, different bodies, and so on. But in the midst of this diversity, we're also looking at the possibility of uniting ourselves together, irrespective of our tribal differences, our religious differences, not minding. And we felt that we are one Nigeria. I've been privileged to go through the 4 walls of incarceration. And I realized that in the incarceration facility, they don't have special regards as to tribe. They don't know who is Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, or whatever. They believe there is what? One body. And I felt by extension, we can also have that kind of spirit in our society where people can have that identity. This is what? Nigeria. Without regards to the fact that it's not from my tribe, it's not from my ethnic group, it's not from my church, it's not from my mosque. And so in course of distribution, which is one of the key factors of what we are going to discuss today about social justice, access, opportunities, people are denied of certain rights and privileges because of the fact that they are not from a particular tribe or religion. So we are carrying out an advocacy guided on the basis that despite our diversity, we can still be one, not minding where we are. Then the next one I talk about is I. I has to do with inclusiveness. Inclusiveness has to do with everybody put together. And that is why on Podium, one of the key concerns we have is that everybody should be carried along. In our first phase, we have, I'm expecting the corpus to be here anytime soon. So we have inclusiveness for people from all tribes. We have, and we are expecting the Imam, national chairman from the National Mosque to be here anytime soon. So on the Podium, we don't do segregation as to, he is not from my tribe, he is not from my religion, he is not from here, he is not from here. It's an inclusiveness. And that's why I give kudos to our brethren who are here from the disability group, that it is a discussion that cuts across gender. Of course, we can acknowledge the fact that social justice is a global discussion. It's a global phenomenon that does not have its roots to a particular state or nation. And that's for today we are here. One of the intent I have, that as we continue on this crusade and this motion or movement of social justice, it will not just be a Nigeria factor alone, because it's a global discussion. Time will come that will also invite you to have Podium in Dubai. Time will come, courtesy of my ambassador, we'll also have Podium in Belgium. Time will come, we'll also have Podium in America. Time will come, we'll also have Podium in Ghana. Time will come, we'll also have Podium across the continents of the world, because it's a continental world discussion. There is nobody, there's no place, and that's why I'm very passionate and interested in this mandate. Because when you talk about prison also, prison cut across all race and gender. There's no continent of the world that doesn't have prison. And then, but the only difference between America and Nigeria, and probably between Belgium and Nigeria, maybe between Poland and Nigeria, between Turkey and Nigeria, and any other part of the world you can mention in relation to Nigeria, is that the policies and the manner and way they conduct their prison facility is different from the way we conduct it in Nigeria. I recall that in course of this conversation, I met with the former, one-time Minister of Interior. Our Minister of Interior, President should have been here, but I was told by the Permanent Secretary that is with the President, they went out on an assignment. But then I was privileged to meet the then Minister, and I shared with him some of my concerns as to the challenges that the inmates are going through in Nigeria. We drew a comparison between Nigeria and Turkey. And then the comparison was on the ground that in Turkey, we are told that inmates are given an allocation of 50, I'm giving Naira equivalent, 15,000 Naira. What that means is that their feeding per day is a 15,000 Naira feeding for a day. So if a particular inmate decides to eat maybe 7,000 out of 15,000, What is meant with that, the welfare unit of that facility take cognizance of the fact that Mr. A have eaten 7,000 naira out of what? 15,000 naira. So the remaining 8,000 naira will be kept for him for that day. And in the next day, probably he graduate to each 8,000 naira. What happens again is that they are keeping 7,000 naira for him. So this thing is accumulated over time. And so if Mr. A happened to serve prison jail of 7 years in Turkey, the idea is that the 7,000, 6,000, the 5,000 extra that he had been keeping over time will be calculated cumulatively and be handed over to him on his exit. And that is why, to be with due permission to some of you, some of our brothers who probably have been in jail one way or the other outside the shore of Nigeria, they enjoy the facility, and some of them may not be bold to tell you, but some of them are coming direct from prison in those developed countries, and then by the time they come back, the extra that they did not consume during their stay is that money they will use to buy one thing or the other. Some of them go the length of buying a long chain, and then you just come here, deceive our young girls, and be saying one-on-one. The one-on-one person is talking about was a one-on-one that was in the prison somewhere. And then we try to draw this comparison that Nigeria, we don't have such facility, we don't have such, the comparison was so wide. Then there is federal government allocation for inmates in Nigeria. There was a debate, some of you are familiar with that there was a time they called upon to make an analysis, and we are realizing that the inmates, what they take per day, cumulatively, figuratively, may not be up to, maybe we'll put it up to 1,500 naira in a day. And then the debate was on the direction, how can we improve their welfare? How can we improve things that concerns them? That also went further. I shared it with some of my sisters when we were in United Nations in one of the discussions we had. At the same time, with the same minister, I have some friends who came from China. And then we are discussing about improving the status quo of the Nigeria prison and how to make things better. Of course, I'm not saying here, I was standing here to say that we are promoting crime. We are not standing here to say that we are encouraging people to commit crime. But we are saying we are looking at it, I said from the beginning, legality and what? Morality. And so on the human face, we felt there should be something better we can do to aid and to help our people better. I can tell you for free that anybody who goes through the 4 walls of our present Nigeria Correctional Center, most of them come back to the society worse than they went. Because where they are going to, they are meeting cultists, they are meeting herbalists, they are meeting armed robbers, they are meeting people of different character, and we know that evil communication, they say what? Corrupt good manners. And so by the time they partake in those conversations over time, by the time they return back, they are coming back bad than they were before. And so there was one of the advocates by way of policy that the body took as a burden. That why can't have different cells in our correctional centers, where we have a particular cell for people with maybe trivial offense. Take for instance, somebody fought, or somebody is owing somebody, is indebted, and then by the Nigerian law and system, police will still come after you for owing somebody, because probably you were reported to the police and so on. And there are some people who are also in arrears of debt by virtue of economic difference. They couldn't pay their rent, and then they are also arrested for that. And such person with that sound mind is kept in the cell where there is an armed robber, there is a rapist, and there is all these bad people in quotes. And then the conversation goes on over time, morning, afternoon, night. There is no way the person can come back and remain the same the way he was before. So our position was, can we have a cell for people of this class of offense, and then also have a cell for another set of people with this other capital world offense, so that in the course of conversation and interaction, at least there could be sanity in the process. This is one of the drives. So in carrying out this process, some of our friends from China came, and we share our concerns about what is going on in Nigeria and how we want to improve the situation. And they came up with a beautiful architectural design of what they want to do. The Chinese people said they are going to build a standard prisons across the 6 geopolitical zones, 1 in each zone. But the idea is that the government is going to be PPP, projects, government participation and all that. But their position was that government should give them the land, they will do the building and everything. And then what they intend to do was that they will have a vast land where they can build a prison in the same premises. There are court areas for them, and then also have a factory, so that the inmates can leave from their cell, go to the factory, work. The factory could be production of plastic, production of slippers, production of maybe some of the things we are buying. I was also told at a time that we import toothpick. Nigeria was bad to that. I don't know of now, but I was told that there was a moment that we are importing toothpick. So some of these small things could be done within that facility, and then the labor cost will be low because it's inmates that are used to produce those products. And so that will help somehow to make them better, so that by the time they come back, they are coming back with maybe a reasonable sum to start business or embark on one thing or the other. That was a sellable idea. And then we felt we cannot handle it alone. We took it to the then minister, and we shared it with him. And he also said he cannot do it alone. He does not have the ultimate power for execution. So we should take it to the National Assembly. And we pushed it to the National Assembly. And the report we got was so amazing that the senators said that if they should implement that action by allowing these Chinese to build those facilities, that one is going to encourage criminality. That over time, a lot of people intentionally will want to commit crime on the basis of the fact that if I go to prison, there is a work for me to do. So that program was buried under the carpet. Till today, it has not resurrected because there is that fear that people will commit crime intentionally in order to go and work, because they felt even in the society, there's no work for them to do. So these are some of the policies and concerns we have that is making us do what we do. Then I talk about I mentioned O has to do with orientation. I mentioned about I, which is inclusiveness. And then U there has to do with unity. We need to unite. Despite our tribal differences, we are still one person. And the last one, M, is motivation. We need to be motivated. The motivation here has to do with be passionate about what you do. I can tell you that the Real Life International Foundation, by way of motivation and courage and passion, have done several things within last year, last Podium, and now. One of them is that our concerns to inmates are holistic concerns. We are not just like every other NGO who goes into prison to do one work or the other. Probably they are just there to send relief materials. They are just there to maybe get concern of an aspect of the inmate. But we do everything. One, we are concerned about their education. There are several of them that are on our scholarship for free. Scholarship, we are paid about 46 inmates, what we call WAEC exams, that are writing exams that we pay for. We also have health care, health concerns. In fact, in Port Harcourt, I told the controller some months ago to give us a portion of the premises that we are going to build an e-library for the students of that center, so that they can have access to materials to read, particularly some of them who are in National Open University. And that project, by the grace of God, we are going to embark on very soon. But we have done that collectively. We have also done customized exercise book that we have given to students in the open universities across, within the Niger Delta and North Central for free. In the Naira quote is over 5,000 Naira, 5 million Naira books were provided to them at that level. Then we didn't stop at that. We also have gone to the health care, the health aspect of it. I think I have witnesses in the house. I won't want to mention them. But we have done powerful health concerns in Port Harcourt Correctional Center. The last one we had, that was in February this year, we had over 46 nurses and doctors. Doctors were about 25, and the rest of them were 21 were nurses. And we were able to attend on one day over 752 inmates one day. Among that 752, we noticed about 8 of them currently are suffering from HIV. And what we have done, as I speak to you, our medical team attends to them every week, sends drugs to them to ensure that they can survive from that sector. Not just that alone, we also identify about 12 of them who were having what we call anemia. And then we felt at the state they were, if nothing is they are not attended to medically, they could die in the process. Within our reach and within our resources, we are able to attend to 5 of them at the cost of 170,000 per person. So all of these are also the concerns we have done, not just doing the talk, but also implementing action. Not just that alone, we have done relief materials, and we have sent in full items. In Port Harcourt, like I said earlier, there are over 4,000 or close to 4,000. But within our capacity, we are able to get full items for 1,200 inmates one day. That implies we are able to give them food to that reasonable. The food was not rice and beans. It was a reasonable food that for that inmate, it would take him 1 week to consume it, except he sell or share with his brother or sister. Now, we have extended that service to the area of welfare, general welfare. There are several of them too that were maybe by way of court judgment. They have what we call stringent bail condition. And then for the bail condition, some of them cannot perfect such condition. Invariably, it's like you are not giving them any bail at all. And so such people, we identify with them and then also engage the services of lawyer by way of pro bono services to ensure that their bail is reviewed, and even after reviewed, they have a reasonable bail condition that they can be attended to. All of these are some of the areas we are also done across board. We have also gone into the area of ensuring that some of them will have been freed so as to avoid a situation where they go and come back. Considering the fact that they will say there's no job for them to do, we are also giving them what we call empowerment program. I can tell you there are few of them in Abuja here, within Gwarimpa axis, that we have given Keken and Pepto, just to ensure that by the time they come back, they are doing something to avoid what the Hausa may refer to as Ashadawo. They come today, go back again. And so we have implemented empowerment program, particularly for some of them who are out of the service, out of the center. And so we have a holistic approach to most of the concerns and the things we are doing. We are not just doing it on one facet aspect. We have actually gone the length of engaging several lawyers who have been, up till now, even till today, are providing pro bono services at the cost of the NGO's expense, to ensure that some of them who don't have representation in court have legal presentation. And so these are the core concerns behind the podium. But beyond the correctional center, we are also looking at the subject matter of today, which is a continuous concern for which Podium was created, is social justice. And I know before we started to this point, the MC did well by asking individually to share your view or your concern about what you know about social justice. And if I'm to give us that same opportunity now, virtually everybody in this hall has suffered one injustice at one level or the other. And then when we talk of social justice, it's not just limited to legality, it's not just limited to the larger society. At the different level, family level, church level, school level, to any level you can say everybody at one level or the other has suffered one level of injustice or the other. So what is our concern and what should we do? Why are we having this kind of conversation? The idea is that we want to identify some of those problems, those core areas. And then identifying is one. Another thing is also to proffer solution to them. Because we can identify the problem, but that problem continues if it is not attended to. So we have identified the problem and also given concern to those problems. And today in our mind, we're enough for the fact that we believe God that some of them are still coming. We also have invited people from the academia who will also share with us. There is an aspect that I'm very key, I'm very interested in, that has to do with what we call educational prosperity. Educational prosperity is an aspect of social justice. And so we have all going to hear in a short while what does it take when we talk about educational prosperity. There's going to be a vast discussion from different scholars, different experience groups who are here seated in the hall to share with you their opinion, their view about social justice. But then we are not just saying it for people to know, but we are also saying for people to know and also to learn from it and to avoid some of those pitfalls that we feel should be avoided. Our desire is to ensure that we live a better society, that a society that every one of us can be happy about and can be proud of, that I am actually a proud Nigerian. So in this regards, before I bring this to a close, I have asked the ushers, have we given out this? We all have this. Okay. Wherever you are, just for 1 second, I will expect us to just stand for 1 minute. We are going to take the creed together. It is part of our activity for the podium. So it's going to, just 1 second, stand up with your card in your hand, and we're going to take it together as I bring this point to a close. I start my personal creed. So we shall say it together, all of us uniformly. So can we begin? 1, 2, go. This day, I hereby commit to my life a lifestyle of leadership and excellence, and to do all within my power to transform my country into a most desirable nation to live in. To this end, I will turn to the other side. Make a positive impact on everyone I meet and everywhere I go. Be a solution provider and not a part of the problem to be solved. Be a role model worthy of emulation. Be my best in all I do, particularly the things I am naturally good at. Do the right thing at all times, regardless of who is doing the wrong thing. Value time and make the best use of it. Care and show respect through my words and actions. Consciously build a great legacy, starting now, today, and every day. Live a life of integrity and honor. Make my family, my nation, and my God proud. So help me, God. God bless you. You can sit down. So this is the essence for which the podium was called upon. And once again, I want to thank all of you for taking out your time. You are coming out from your pressure, your comfort zone, and to honor this invitation. And I know collectively together, we are going to make our Nigeria better. Thank you, and God bless you.
Please put your hands together for Ambassador Felix Akboy one more time. I think he did social justice to his speech. And the fact that he was speaking without reading, no prompter, shows that it came from the heart. And when you see passion, you would know. Against all odds, he has come this far with the team. Please put your hands together one more time for him. We are moving straight to buy the time we have lost earlier. So I am going to recognize the presence of somebody that flew all the way from Bayelsa, talking about the Honorable Commissioner of Labor, Employment and Productivity, Bayelsa State, Honorable Omiloli Saturday Odoko. Please celebrate him. Thank you very much. From a very strategic ministry, productivity, and one way for us to talk about social justice is for people to understand what they can bring and add to the society. In the course of this event, I'm going to be recognizing several groups that are here and appreciate them for the things they are doing for this country. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly, you're going to have some people sit here. But before they do, I'd like you to prepare, get a clean sheet of paper with your name, your phone number on it. At the middle point of this event, we're approaching there already, we're going to get you to pen down strong opinions you feel from what you glean from the conversations here. We want to add it as some of the recommendations in the white book that will be created after this event. So please make sure you write your full name, your surname, your full names, your phone number, and your key point. Very, very important to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to bring somebody up here that will give us a trajectory in this conversation. I want you to listen like you've never done before. There is something about Nigerians that researchers have discovered. Nigerians have a very short attention span. If it is not music or comedy or dance, don't keep them waiting too long. And so we are going to change that narrative here today. We are going to listen attentively. But in the course of doing this, I will look for an opportunity for us to dance to help us bridge that, possibly. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody has prepared a document. That document will serve as a nexus for our conversation this morning. And he has been speaking in the last 3 decades within and outside Nigeria. He has been concerned about human development, national development, as the case may be. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sam Dan Auta is our keynote speaker today. And in case you've heard him speak before, he speaks from his heart. He has a paper in front of him, but we want to plead with him to stay within the confines of that paper because he has the potential to drift from the lines of document. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our keynote speaker. Let me detone. Let me welcome our keynote speaker, Sam Dan Auta, SDK. Please put your hands together for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone that is here. And I also want to stand on the existing protocols because we don't have much time. And but before I go into this paper presentation, I want to appreciate Ambassador. You're doing a great job, and we are very proud of you. Just to let you know that when I was serving this country in 2005, I had a very particular interest in what do you call them? The inmates. The condition of inmates, and I served in Imo State, and it's just 45 minutes drive to Port Harcourt. So eventually I got a job in Port Harcourt with an oil servicing company. So I frequented that prison, and it's very true. It's the largest prison in West Africa, I think so, and then it's very congested. So one of the funniest things, or let me say the irony about Nigerian prisons, you go in there and you just realize, you could just feel that this is where we have the smartest guys. This is where we have some of the most intelligent people. This is where we have some of the most creative people bound, locked up, incarcerated. And then the most unfortunate thing about the Nigerian prisons, the way it is there is no opportunity for these guys to recreate themselves in those cells and those prison systems. It's quite unfortunate. One of the things that I know, or one of the things we've studied in the past, is some of the finest prisons in the world. And then you could talk about Norway, you could talk about Scotland, and other, countries in the Iceland, areas in Europe. When you see such prisons, you want to commit a crime to go in there so that you can stay there, But let me tell you, the irony is that those who are in those prisons in those countries don't want to live in those places. They want to come out. They want to do. There's something about the freedom we all have. There's something about human, when you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of the human need, there's something about freedom that nothing replaces it in the life of man. Nothing replaces you. Every human being wants to move. Every human being wants to be loved. Every human being wants to be heard. Every human being wants to be appreciated, wants to be recognized, wants to have the freedom to express themselves and then move freely in wherever they call a country, a community, or a nation. So this paper today briefly examines the integral role of social justice in fostering national development, specifically within Nigeria. It highlights how equitable distribution of resources, opportunities, and privileges catalyzes, economic growth, social stability, and sustainable development. The paper further explores the challenges that impedes social justice in Nigeria and offers policy recommendation to stakeholders. Just on Saturday, we were in a program called the Leadership Breakfast Meeting, and we were sitting and listening to Professor Sam Amadi, and he made a statement about Nigerians that resonated with quite a lot of us who were listening to him. What did he say? He said, Nigerians have what he calls audacity without skills, audacity without knowledge, audacity with ignorance. I am not from the school of thoughts that believes that Nigerians are the most productive, Nigerians are the most honest. You can disagree with me on that. And one of the reasons why we came to that conclusion is when we say A, empirically, I'm a scientist, can we see the result? If you say we are the most productive, what are we producing? If you say we are the most intelligent, what are the problems we have in Nigeria and how has this group intelligence or individual intelligence solved this problem? These are big questions that we need to ask ourselves. If we say, okay, I quite agree, Nigerians do quite a lot out there. Coming back home with over 200 over 220 million Nigerians, we have over 80 million not gainfully employed in this country. And this is a renowned statistics. We have everyone looking for government job. Yet you say we are the most intelligent. Yet you say we are the most the most productive. Is that not an irony? Is that not a paradox of what we're saying? We need to re-examine what we even call social justice. The other day we heard about over 100 people being killed. Their social life has been taken away from them completely, from their very eyes. While some were being killed, some were waiting to be killed. In a nation where we say we have the strongest army, we say we have great leaders, I beg to differ. Because this morning, if you are asking for my personal opinion, I tell you that on a scale of 1 to 10, social justice in Nigeria is about 1 or 0. When you talk about social justice. In a land where you have 50 doctors and 25 of them are quacks, you have 50 quack doctors, if you understand the mean perspective of statistics when you take the average. Am I making some sense to some people here? So if you have a situation where people are calling for justice, people are calling for freedom, and that freedom is not given to them, then there is no freedom actually. Then there is no freedom. Social justice serves as the foundation for a fair and equitable society, ensuring that every individual has access to resources, opportunities, and rights, irrespective of their social economic background. And that's what some of you have said here. You know, accessibility. You know, in Nigeria today, I'll give you a very simple example. When you go to communities and towns in Abuja, you find a lot of hospitals, you find a lot of schools. There's a difference between access and affordability. So while the schools are accessible, while these hospitals are accessible, the biggest question is, are they affordable? So when the right for someone to health care is taken away from him, and that's supposed to be the right of government, you know, there's no social justice. If someone cannot go to school that he likes, if someone cannot go to school with his mates that he sees, the school is probably just across the road and they live behind in a gateway environment. There's a kind of feelings that child will grow up with, and he will become a menace to society tomorrow. And that's exactly what we have in our country today, with over 10 million children out of school. What is the future of Nigeria in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, with these statistics that are a reality right before us? And I'll give you one other example. If you have a child that is currently attending the British Academy in Abuja right now, and you have another child who is in the LEA somewhere in Masaka or Autaba-Lefi in Nasarawa State, 6 years old, give them 25 years. By the time they are both 30, I tell you the truth, there's no prayer that can change what I'm about to tell you right now. The opportunities the guy who attended the British Academy school 25 years later is 100 times bigger and farther than the guy who attended that LEA in Autaba-Lefi. The guy who couldn't even pass WAEC, he had to write WAEC 5 times before he passes, and probably he managed to pass in a success center where he didn't write the exams. He went to school with empty stomach because his parents couldn't buy him breakfast. He went to schools with shoes that have holes. But this other guy is driven to school. This other guy, when he's learning mathematics, there's Ovaltine by the side, there's cookies by the side, and there's, you know, these things are real, right? You know, in those big schools, those guys have fantastic breakfast before they learn, right? Let me give you a typical example. You're looking like you don't understand what I'm saying. In a typical northern community, I come from the north. When a child is born, there's what they call akamu, pap. I don't know how to say it in English. Okay, pap is pap, right? Akamu. When a mother is trying to feed that child, he's refusing to take it. So they do what we call semi-suicide mission. They tie the guy, put the little child legs here. They put his head here on the thigh. And they block his nose. And they begin to pump that pap in his mouth. In 2018, Nigeria researched, and I just realized that, man, the pap just didn't have sugar. That's all. Put some sugar in it. I tell you, the guy is going to hold the cup. He would drink the pap all by himself. This is the situation some people were raised from. And all this we denied them. So when you go to these other big schools that we're talking about, the child is learning from his tablet. During break, he expects an Ovaltine, a Milo, a cake. These are nutrients that helps the brain to learn fast. And he didn't go to school on an empty stomach. The guy who went to school on an empty stomach is a potential criminal who will eventually end up in jail someday because the life that the country has deprived them. Ladies and gentlemen, David, I will stick to that rule. If I don't stay on this paper, we're not even going to look at this paper. But let me just obey the rule here. What is social justice? And I tell you, I'm not going to take your time. Social justice refers to the fair and just distribution of resources, opportunities, and privileges within a society. It aims to create a society where all individuals, regardless of race, gender, class, religion, ethnicity, or other characteristics, have equal access to all these. Now, social justice has about 4 elements. There are 4 elements. If you don't find this within the context of the subject, then we don't have social justice. The key elements of social justice, about 5 of them. Number 1 is equality, and I don't need to define that. Number 2 is equity. Number 3 is access. Number 4 is, of course, when you talk about access here, you're also talking about access to education, not just resources, okay? Access to affordable and good education. Number 3, you have participation. You know, number 5, you have human rights, you know. And of course, when you talk about human rights, I want to give some credit to the Nigerian Bar Association. You've got them, a lot of them working at the Human Rights Commission. There are different non-governmental organizations that exist that try to help these inmates that are awaiting trials on what DERLIF call ATM, right? You know, these lawyers go free of charge. They want to find out, why are you here? How long have you been here? Who is standing for you? And then come out. And I tell you the truth, sometimes I really feel that there are great destinies locked up in those prisons. Great destinies that could help this country, that could help Nigeria move forward. These guys are locked up there. So, but at this point, can we talk about the conceptual framework, understanding social justice? And I believe I'm talking to very enlightened people, and I'm not going to read this again, but I will just highlight these points for you. I believe this speech has been shared to everyone. So there are just about 4 or 5 of them. Social justice involves the fair distribution, like I said, of resources, and it encompasses a multiple dimensions of elements and pillars. Number 1 is economic justice, right? Economic justice. And I'll give you an example where we don't even look at. So when you go to, you don't see this in Abuja, but go to Nasarawa State, go to those areas outside the city. You see a woman who is selling vegetable. Early in the morning, she needs to get to the market with her vegetables, the ugu, the whatever, the green leaves and what have you. On her way to the market, there's an illegal police checkpoint. There's an illegal road safety checkpoint. They are not concerned about how early this woman should take her goods to the market. They are checking on the papers of the car. The woman is stuck for 1 hour, 2 hours. The guy who is moving those goods for her doesn't have his papers completed. But the police will tell you he's doing his work. The road safety is going to tell you that they're doing their work. At the same time, stopping and denying somebody's right to take her goods to the market. Lawyers, you're going to help us talk about this during the discussion. What do we do about this kind of situation? I have seen a woman crying. She needed to get to the market on time. The buyers come. If you understand vegetable market, you know that this thing happens early in the morning. But a lot of them are stuck behind the city because they couldn't go. Why? There's an illegal checkpoint. I think this country needs to bring up, and that's one of the things that is wrong with Nigeria. See, there are policies that have been brought up that we don't even need them. The real policies we need are not in place. By the way, policy is just a principle of action that should be adopted by a group, by organization, and make sure it is enacted, implemented. What are the exemptions for economic growth in this country? I tell you, one other example that's going to shock you. Find out what is the registration to get your NAFDAC number. And you realize that a startup business out there, the money he needs to start his business is not even up to the money that NAFDAC is asking him to register for that product. What are we talking about? Then you talk about political justice. You talk about legal justice. You talk about social equity. You know, in social equity, you talk about the access to essential services like education, like our convener talked about. You know, what are we doing? Finland has one of the best educational systems in the world today. So when you go, let me say this again, and maybe this will bring your mind to something. So in Abuja, you go, you see schools with big signboards. Some of your children are there, and these schools are called, they have this tag, whatever the names are, they have this tag called British American curriculum. You see Turkish curriculum. You see that curriculum. Well, I'm not also from that school of thought. We need to have the Nigerian curriculum. When you send your schools to American curriculum or British curriculum schools, they are trained for the US. They are trained for Turkey. They are trained for British. Why can't we sit down and redesign a curriculum that solves the Nigerian problem? That's part of the social problems we're having. Are we together? Now, at a third point, what is the nexus? This question arises. What is the nexus between social justice and national development? There is. Social justice is closely linked to national development as it creates an environment where all citizens can contribute and then benefit from economic and social progress. Key areas where social justice impacts national development include, but not limited to these four. I repeat again: economic growth, social cohesion, political stability, and sustainable development. Social cohesion, economic growth, political stability. Political stability is one of the long World Bank standing regulatory qualities of indicators of good governance. Is one of them, regulatory quality. You know, effective governance, right? You talk about political stability without violence, you know, where people can go to the poll and say, we voted for A and A won the election. You know, these are big questions, or, you know, that will come up on the discussion. I really can't tell. But for me, we haven't come there yet, where we can see our political system is working, where we can see the independent National Electoral Commission is working. These are big questions we need to ask. And then, by the way, just to bring to our minds again, every action has ripple effects. Every action. It might be the smallest action that you give so, I mean, you take your mind away from it. You just drove past. You beat the traffic. You drove. You sped up. You have impeded movement from that other guy, and that other guy is braking immediately. You have gone. But one other guy is driving from behind who was going to obey the traffic, and you hit him at the back. Then there's a case. The guys who cause the jam, of course, our law enforcement agency, they are always the one breaking this. What are they called? The police, the road safety, the paramilitary, the armed forces. They are the one breaking the same rules in this country. The danger is they are, boom, they're not obeying it. By the time they pass, they have caused a lot of problems behind, and they leave the poor, drivers and whoever, fighting and punching themselves And say, don't you have eyes to see? Political stability, sustainable development, good governance indicators, sustainable development. What is the inflation rate? What are we doing? What is the business survival rate in this country? How are businesses surviving? What is the earning power of Nigerians? The earning power. How much are you earning? How much can you take to the market? Sustainable development includes all these things. And if we don't put this into perspectives, then we're not doing ourselves right. So what are the challenges to social justice in Nigeria? Inequality and poverty is number one. Inequality and poverty. Do we have, can I ask you a question? Do we have middle class in Nigeria now? Do we have middle class? It's either you have or you don't have. We don't have middle class anymore. But in a developed society, you have three categories or layers of people. You have the upper class, the middle class, and the lower class. And usually, the middle class are usually a buffer to stop mass action of the lower class. The middle class will always be the ones probably providing menial jobs for the lower class. They probably, not probably, they interface between the upper class and the lower class. But today in Nigeria, the middle class has been completely removed. We have the upper class and the lower class. Inequality. Oxfam, in their 2018 or 17, report, Nigeria was about 200 million people at that time, and they say there were about 112 million Nigerians living in abject poverty. There are about 57 million Nigerians who do not have access to safe water, but there's water everywhere, right? We have about 4 billionaires in Nigeria whose total wealth put together can actually lift Nigeria out of this abject poverty completely if they will decide to use their wealth to change Nigeria. And by the way, you probably may be asking, I'm just reading your minds right now, well, why do you think they should use their wealth to help Nigeria? That's a good question. I'll answer you. In developed countries, when you go there, you hear the Mark Zuckerberg scholarship. You hear the Jeff Bezos scholarship for this, for that. You hear about the grants they give to, to support education, to do quite a number of things. Don't call any names, but just imagine the billionaires that we have in Nigeria. How many universities do they have scholarship there? How many university students are they providing scholarship for? It's a question you should ask yourself. So these guys have failed to even live up to their corporate social responsibilities. What are they doing with the money? So in America, the slogan is make all the money and give more than half of it to charity. It's not like that over here. Those guys understand the social system. Those guys understand the fact that if you don't take care of what's happening at your backyard, then what is happening at your backyard can come to your house. That's why they make money available to help the third world countries. Not because they really like the country, but they want to stop moving, people who are frustrated from a number of things, leaving their home back there or over there. And as I close, looking at the challenges to social justice in Nigeria, I've mentioned inequality and poverty, corruption and weak governance, ethno-religious conflicts, You touch anybody's religion. Nigerians are very religious people. You touch my religion, we'll fight, we'll burn the house, we'll kill ourselves, Gender inequality and inadequate legal frameworks. By the way, there was an argument when we were asking, when one of the MCs was saying women should work harder, and somebody said women are actually working harder. But just to bring a little contradiction to that statistics, do you know that more men die? Do you know there are more men who are dying than women? And do you know that most men die at the place of work? That's a simple statistics. The lifespan in Africa today for men is 45 years. For women, it's 57. Average lifespan. So the last among the challenges of social justice is inadequate legal frameworks. Inadequate legal framework. We have never seen a questionable time to the organization of what we call our judicial system like we have seen in the last 2 years in this country. where people are, casting aspersions to the judicial system and asking questions. Is this thing not clear? Who are the guys there? How can you turn this over? I mean, this is so clear. How can you declare this person, or how can you declare that person? These are simple questions we need to ask, and it's a question of personality. It's a question of where these people are coming from. It's a question of the individual that is occupying the position. There's nothing wrong with any position, but there's everything wrong with the personality of the person who is occupying that position. Social justice, national pillars for development. And I'll just give us 2 case studies. The impact of social justice deficit on development in Nigeria, the Niger Delta crisis, the farmer-herder conflicts in the north, the NSAS movement. These were all examples of social justice deficit in Nigeria. The recent crisis, 10 days, protest. We're hungry, the hunger protest. We're hungry, we need this, we need, X, Y, Z. So what is the role of different sectors in promoting social justice? The role of different sectors in promoting social justice. This requires a deliberate, coordinated effort from various sectors, right? The public sector, here I'm talking about the triple helix of a truly functional, society. The public sector, the private sector, and the civil society, sector. And if you want to take it to a quadruple helix, then you can introduce the international, organization. History has it right now as we speak that in the last 60 years, Nigeria has sought for, Nigeria has invested over 65 to 85% of her strength for national development outside of Nigeria. I repeat, more than 65 to 85% of our efforts for national development has been sought outside. But let me tell you one thing that's going to shock you, and that's the truth. There's no American that will develop Nigeria. There's no German that will develop Nigeria. There's no Chinese man that will develop Nigeria. We must sit down together and look inward and bring up a homegrown strategy that are peculiar to our problems. What we have done in the last 60 years is copy and paste. There's nothing wrong with copying, but when you come back, customize. So look at your people. What do? We customize our problems, okay? In design thinking, which is a tool for solving complex problems, there are 5 steps in design thinking. You first of all empathize, and empathize simply means putting yourself in the person's position, which is one thing that our leaders have not done in Nigeria. Turn the tables around. If it were you, what would you do? Empathy, 1. Number 2 is you define the problem. You're not able to define the problem until you empathize. So when empathy is completed, then the definition of the problem will be done properly. The 3rd step is to ideate. You ideate. Ideation simply means collecting ideas. Collecting that you put them together. Then you prototype. When you ideate, the next step is prototyping. And prototyping simply means you begin to put solution to those problems. And the 5th step in design thinking is test. When you prototype, you test. Is this solution working? If it is not working, what do? We go back and start all over again. Homegrown, right? So finally, recommendations. I see you standing. I'm almost done, man. Recommendations to enhance social justice in Nigeria and achieve sustainable development. Number 1, we must have policy reforms. We cannot overemphasize this. Everywhere you go in Nigeria, when we talk about the problems of Nigeria, you hear experts talking about policy reforms. It's true, and the reason is simple: it's because we don't have enough policy reforms in the areas that matters most to solve our problems. We need to go down there. That's number 1. Number 2 is inclusive economic policies. Inclusive economic policies. And in simple terms, I'll tell you what America will say, oh, the rich are paying less tax than the poor. So in Nigeria today, it is the rich that have all the privileges for business. That's the truth. The poor has no privilege for business. You must register. Rwanda today has made it possible to register your business in 5 minutes. Thank God for the new DG of CAC. Right now, there's a platform where you can register your business name in 24 hours and print your certificate. It's happening right now. It simply means we're getting somewhere. I am also not from the school of thought that believes that Nigeria cannot work. Nigeria will work when we get the right people. It will take a process of time, but we must bring this intellectual together and look inward. Peter Senge, in his book called The Fifth Discipline, talked about the 12 learning disabilities. And amongst the 12 learning disabilities is looking at the problem from the outside. You are the problem. You are the problem. But the actual problem is you, it's me, it's us. So our problems are not the international community. Our problems are not those who are buying the oil from us. Our problem are not those who are even making us to focus on oil. The problem is with Nigerians. And Nigerians must sit down together and solve the problem. Number 3, strengthening institutions. Build robust institutions that promote accountability, transparency, and good governance. In the book titled Why Nation Fails, Ace Moglu and what's his name again, Robinson, talk about how, it was a fantastic comparative analysis about nations that develop at nations that fail. And in simple sentence, in simple terms, for us to understand this, the nations that are moving forward simply have incentives in place for their citizens. Reward systems, the dopamine system that enable you to know, if I do this, my country is going to reward me. I'm closing now, sir. Nigeria is the only country that I know that rewards lazy people, rewards criminals, protect them, and give them present and gifts. But the most talented, the most hardworking are left and are closed behind the doors. You can't close a man of destiny in a cage. They will leave. Hence, the emigration movement. People are leaving. And guess what? It is some of the best that are leaving. In conclusion, social justice is not just a moral imperative, but a strategic necessity for Nigeria's development. Addressing inequalities and promoting equitable access to resources, opportunities, and privileges will create a more inclusive, peaceful, and prosperous society. By embracing social justice and a fundamental pillar of development, Nigeria can unlock its full potential and build a brighter future for all her citizens. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
If you may, can you please put your hands together one more time for Dr. Sam Danauta, SDK. Before I bring up some special remarks, I would want to get 3 persons from the audience to come up here and react to the speech and the keynote address. And while that is going on, I am going to be bringing some of our special guests up here to take their seats. So can I get 3 persons quickly to come up here and give a feedback on what you gleaned from his conversation? We want to have a ventilation, cross-pollination conversation here this morning. If you don't like what he said, or you think there's areas that are gray that needs to be highlighted, you can feel free to do that while we are prepping up our guests to come and sit here and get some hot, good questions. So who is the first person to come up? So when you get home today, you get back to your office, tell them I went there and I talked. And when I talked, they heard me. So who is the very first person? Quickly, let's put hands together for our sister. You can come up here, keep clapping for her. Who is the next person? Okay. One more person. We have a lady, we have a guy. So let's have gender insensitivity now. Who is going to come? Who is the third person? Quickly. Please, can they get a mic? Yeah, stand, but don't sit. Do you need help? Because of the camera, let's capture you properly. So we need one more person. Where's the person? Okay, please come up. You tell us your name, the organization you represent, and in 30 seconds, respond to the conversation right now. Please just wait for the third person to run out. He's running. Okay, start, my dear.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Constance Nneka Onyemechi, the Executive Director of Women and Girls with Albinism Network. So,
please put your hands together for a celebrator. Thank you.
I agree with what the speaker has presented, except for one thing, one teeny little bit thing he said about the data of men dying. Now, because I will say, he said the age for the men is 40 something, for the women is. So I want to clarify something. We have undocumented death tolls of women. Women die while giving birth. It's not documented. Women die just for being women. Women are killed, women are murdered just because they are women. But it's not the same for men. So we have undocumented death rates for women, while for the men, the major reason why men die, aside the family issues, is lifestyle. A lot of men do not have healthy lifestyle. So when they make this money, they go into beer parlors and they drink a lot of bottles of beers because they've made good sales. That's not proper lifestyle. And that contributes to the death. But for women, a lot of deaths are biological. A lot of deaths are because of gender. So we have undocumented death rates for women. And I can assure you that the death rates for women is higher than the men, just that there's no proper documentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for Constance. Thank you very much. You can have your seat. We'll be bringing you back up later. Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Obed Innocent. I'm representing the Daniel School of Politics and Government. So I want to agree with a lot of things that Doctor has mentioned. And one of the major things I find very much lacking in the system is the equality of opportunity. And this cuts across education, it cuts across opportunities for employment. I am from the core north, from Northeast specifically, and I have been exposed to a variety of opportunities that I missed out because it wasn't exactly equal. In fact, sometimes you tend to work in certain parastatals because of the status of your family or the schools you've attended. And these things are equally true, especially for certain positions. I've been opportune to go through things like police academy. I went through to apply. There were criteria that was not favorable to everybody, even across states. When you come to certain employment, I can say this wholeheartedly because I've applied for a lot of things. And it was evidently clear that if you do not have someone that you know or a certain amount of money to maybe bribe your way through, you cannot get certain opportunities. Even when it is obvious that you're sharp, you're intelligent, the people running such organizations, you have what it takes to take them head on. But because of this lack of opportunity, you cannot compete. It's not even open for you. So I think these are things that is very much lacking and unaddressed in the system, the inequality of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next person, please.
I'm Emmanuel Lekong. I'm a lawyer. By virtue of my position, though I'm a litigation lawyer, but I've also have the opportunity of incorporating companies. So I want to disagree with the speaker that CSC currently, maybe except by theory, registers company within 24 hours. Is it at what point? Is it at the point of availability of the name? Business name. Okay, not limited by shares. Okay, maybe you may have some points, but I just had to clarify the issue.
Thank you. That was supposed to be a question.
Otherwise, I agreed with everything you said.
Good to hear. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Can I please request that the media team stop the interview because we want to take a quick remark? Please let the media team come back. We will suspend the interview till after the panel session. Please, because we want to take a very special remark. Now, before we bring up the IG of Police and the Comptroller General of Correctional Service and representative from the Presidency, we have our brother here who believes so much in this country, and he is going to give a strategic remark before we get into the very heated conversation. Be free to ask your question. So on that note, I still want to recognize our secretary for this event, our dear brother. Please, can you be on your feet and let everybody see you? Put your hands together for him. Mr. Ede is going to be receiving questions and also subsequently receiving information regarding your points and opinions that we want to translate into a full document, as the case may be. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very excited to give a special remark before we stain these white chairs with some opinion and thought leaders and also key stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, the ambassador of Belgium, Peter Lengnet. Please, you help me pronounce that name when you come up, please. Please put your hands together for him. I promise you a Nigerian name. Before we are done, we'll sort out that name. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together one more time for him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The pronunciation was actually wonderful. Where I can help you, though, is that I'm bringing you all the very heartfelt greetings from the Kingdom of Belgium. It's not a republic, so no president, a prime minister. So that's the bit of research you will probably have to deepen before making travel plans there. But the good news is indeed the pronunciation of the local names is already flawless. Thank you very much for that. People have given me already an Igbo name at some point, so you might have to think of a Yoruba name or a Hausa name or a Calabar name, as you said, indeed. So we can think about that. Ladies and gentlemen, let me veer off script a little bit before I bring my prepared remarks. And that is to make the following assessment. So the keynote speech may be a very hard act for me to follow with all its eloquence. I'd say it's at the summit of an iceberg of eloquence. But below that summit, there is the iceberg itself. And it is you, the audience. Because it's not the first time, but it's definitely one of those times that I'm very amazed and actually incredibly positively surprised and impressed, that's the word, with how you can engage with a Nigerian audience as a whole. So this informal part, before we started all the speeches here, where you were all asked what social justice means for you, try that in any European country. You will not even harvest a portion, a fraction of everything that came out of this discussion. People in my country would be shy. In most other European countries would also be shy. So yes, Nigerians are perhaps audacious, but they're also expressive, and it helps to collect that collective wisdom. And that is something nobody will ever be able to take away from you. So let me commend you collectively for this. This is something that Nigeria has as a big plus compared to other countries in the world. And ladies and gentlemen, in the run-up to today's podium, it gave me great pleasure to reflect a little myself on the concept of social justice and on Belgium's role regarding it and on why we find it so important. And as some easily accessible websites tell us, the term social justice was coined somewhere in the 1840s already, almost 2 centuries ago, by an Italian Jesuit priest, and it happened not as a coincidence in the midst of the Industrial Revolution. It was a period which saw the rapid development of capitalism in Europe, which in its wake, unfortunately, also brought massive exploitation of working classes. And the central consideration with social justice at that time, and even now, seems to have been that high accumulation of capital in too few hands easily leads to situations where the human dignity, the rights and the empowerment of the remaining many empty hands get crushed. An absence of social justice is then an outlook in which both opportunities and outcomes are unfairly skewed in favor of those who already possess so much. So some kind of what we call a permanent St. Matthew's effect, according to which they will be given to those who already have. Social justice is also the main subject of a landmark 2008 declaration by an international organization that my country, Belgium, supports, and of which Nigeria presided the governing body until just a few months ago, the International Labour Organization. In full, it is called the Declaration on Social Justice for a Fair Globalization. So here again, you notice the notion of a fair sharing of the proceeds of economic benefits is intimately linked with what we understand under social justice, but now it's brought to a global level. And this social justice declaration is the third major statement of principles and policies adopted by the International Labour Conference since the ILO's constitution of 1919. It institutionalizes the notion of decent work, and it was recently adapted in 2020 to reflect the inclusion of a safe and healthy working environment in the ILO framework of fundamental principles and rights at work. But that same notion of social justice was equally introduced at the very start of that organization in 1919, at the time of the League of Nations, preceding the creation of the UN by 3 decades and in the wake of the First World War. 2 national delegates at that conference were particularly adamant that social justice ought to be at the core of an international organization focused around labor relations and labor rights. An American gentleman and a Belgian social democrat by the name of Emile van der Velde. And 100 years on, people still recognize that contribution by this Belgian social democrat icon and politician. And including the people who recognize that are the current ILO Director General, Gilbert Humbo from Togo, who at the start of his mandate launched a global coalition for social justice, to which my country is now equally a member. And its aim is to generate political commitments, investments, and concrete actions, reinforcing processes dedicated to advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its SDGs. And the question now is how to further social justice. Surely, the justice notion implies that an independent judiciary will be an important component of it. But this may well be the tip of another iceberg only. Social relations and the enjoyment of social rights to the fullest are not only enforced by and before courts. They also need to be enabled on a daily basis in society itself. They need to be inhabited in society by the people. And for Belgians, social justice is intimately linked to notions about social protection, social security, and redistribution of wealth. We believe very strongly that sharing wealth more evenly among citizens and not reducing them to their self-generated so-called net worth does actually help to make your society more peaceful more generally, more at peace with itself. And in this we are backed up by so many studies and statistics which confirm what we already could guess, that more inegalitarian societies also generate more violence and more crime. Globally speaking, regions and countries with what they call high Gini coefficients, that means where fewer people hold a relatively bigger share of the national income, such societies also have higher homicide and general crime rates. And scientists feel confident that there is not just correlation but also causation at work, that there is a causal link between those things. People who have less to lose take on more risky behavior to survive, including criminal behavior, often targeting other people whose wealth they see as unjustifiably accumulated. Belgium went against the grain in a global perspective. Even during the dreaded COVID years, and contrary to the global trend, our country became less rather than more unequal, thanks to a large set of measures to support the weakest individuals in society first. And it goes with the typical slogan in Agenda 2030 that we also heard in the introductory video that was being played, leave no one behind. So health insurance tweaks, systems of partial temporary unemployment shared among many workers, rather than laying off fewer ones entirely, financial support to those professional categories that were hardest hit, it may have added to an already large public debt burden, which is going to be a nut to crack for the next governments coming out of the ballot box in our last June elections. But bottom line, we maintained our social safety nets. We strengthened them where necessary, and we kept the social peace against the odds, and therefore also kept peace in our society more generally. Because of our strong belief in social justice and in social protection as an important enabler to it, Belgium, through its UN or Bretton Woods partner organizations, or through the work of its own development agency, Development Cooperation Energy, which is called Enable, also wants to promote this around the world. It develops important projects involving strengthening social protection systems, social protection networks, safety nets in its partner countries, especially in so-called least developed countries, which have comparably much less leverage to set up such systems by themselves than average developing countries. And in those latter average developing countries, the biggest battle is the one on more fairly sharing the generated income through what we call domestic revenue generation. And I recall the keynote speaker mentioning charities and the culture of charities in the United States. In Europe, we have a slightly different take to it. We say we don't leave it just to the goodwill of wealthy individuals for whatever reasons they became wealthy in order to cater for the poorest and the most needy. No, we want society as a whole to cater for those needs, and that's why we want to instill fairer taxation systems. And therefore, a fair and functioning taxation system, however dull as it may sometimes sound, and uninspiring for those who will have to pay taxes, it's often, therefore, the key to bringing about social justice. It is an important policy issue that requires not only skilled fiscal specialists, which this country, just like my country, has, but it also eminently deserves intense democratic debate. And let it be my wish that today's podium can be a contribution to that very important debate. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for the ambassador one more time. I am sure we can have a copy of your speech. Okay. Media secretary. Okay, thank you very much. One more time, please put your hands together for him. In case you don't know, he is from the country where Lukaku plays. Who else? There's one other popular midfielder from Belgium. De Bruyne. Who said that? A lady said that. You're watching football. Thank you. Thank you. Nigeria will beat Belgium very soon. And then well, that's a social justice statement. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together one more time for him. Should you need any of the speech, we're going to make it available to you. But aside from that, the secretary is having a collation of all the conversations here. And I want to make this announcement right now. If you are coming, if you have a question, there is a lady here from the Secretariat, Blessing. Please, she's going to move around. You give her your question with your name. Ladies and gentlemen, with permission from the leadership of the Real Life Foundation, I am going to bring up some persons here They're going to give their opening remarks representing the organization, the institution they represent. Then we are going to have a conversation with them supervised by our keynote speaker and also the ambassador. And the rest of us are going to engage because this is the time we are going to talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to bring up here to take a seat on this stainless white. Please help me welcome the Senior Special Assistant for Persons of Disability in our midst. Please help me welcome him quickly. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. Should you need more help, can somebody help? Thank you. Thank you. No, I need somebody to help, please. Thank you. Would you sit down or you already seated? You're already seated. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you for what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to bring up the representative of the Inspector General of Police, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. Keep clapping. Okay, you want to sit? Because of the mic, all right, so I'm going to help you. Okay. The police has helped you. Police is your friend. It's a slogan. It's a slogan that is working. Thank you for demonstrating that. And you know, he has been smiling since the beginning of this event. I don't understand why and how. Please put your hands together for him. I'm sure there's a reason they sent you here. To convince us that police is our friend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I also have the singular honor of bringing the representative of the Comptroller General Corrections Services, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Can we please put our hands together for him? Keep clapping. Keep clapping, despite the fact you won't go to prison, but clap for him, should in case. Thank you very much. All right. I am still going to bring up the leadership of the real life to take his seat here because a lot of questions are going to pass in between him and out, and he is the chief host. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Ambassador Felix Akpoy, please, to take his seat here. Keep clapping, keep clapping. So, have you started submitting your questions? Please, if you have a question, put your hands up. You just write it. I will call you to say. There are some we might need to read, some we need to call out to speak. So can we have mics on standby? Okay, your mics are activated, am I right? There's a button power there. Press it. If it's red, you are on. Just press it once. Once it's red, it means it's on. Okay, you've put his off. Okay. All right, once you want to talk, you can just press it. So I think you can leave it on. Am I right, guys? Just put it on so that you don't need to be pressing and pressing. Okay. Okay, say hello so that we'll be sure you're here. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
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 Okay, so you might need to power his mic. They are all open. Smart man. Please put your hands together for the media team. All right. This event has about 30 minutes or more for us to hit the nail. Then we go out and do interactions and do some other things. I want to make an appeal to every one of us right now to give it all the seriousness this session and this segment requires. Whatever you say will be documented. Whatever you say will be used. And somebody in one office might very well need those words you are going to speak. And before we take questions from here, I will just allow, from that order, So few minutes for you to give your key remarks, especially the ones handed over to you officially, because you are doing your official assignment right now. And you might wonder, why are these people here? They represent key segments, key institutions that add value to this conversation. So let's welcome to the president for persons of disabilities. Please help tell us your name and follow the protocol properly. Put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today. My name is Yusuf Yodo. I am the Chief of Staff to the SSA, to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. I had to make it very proper because it aligns with what we are doing here today. Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. The name of the SSA is Mohammed Abaisa, a very unique man, one who is known in Nigeria as the Super SSA and well recognized as such. I also bring you greetings of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Yes, he's here with us today, yes. When you tasked me earlier that you would like the presidency to receive notification, information about all that has happened here today, I'd like to confirm to you that it will really get to the presidency. While I would like to be broad in whatever we are going to say here today, but I would like to appeal that you allow me to go in the way of special needs and equal opportunities. I may not be able to tell you exactly everything what the presidency is doing about correctional service and all that, but please, let's look at what is obtainable, the situation of persons with special needs in Nigeria. What is our experience? Now, I'll start with what disability is. A lot of people will say, no, we don't like that word disability. I would rather say special persons. I would rather say special ability, persons with special abilities or that. But for us, disability is a social construct. We look at it as an evolving concept. It is something that is passing. So it's not a label. It is not a stigma. And with time, as we'll overcome the challenges that we have, including the prevalence of injustice, social injustice, we will be able to overcome disability and then perhaps even obliterate it totally. Because what we experience is impairment. It's either like a physical impairment or a sensory impairment or a mental impairment. But because of the situation of the society, the challenges, the obstacles, and the barriers in the societies, we now have what we call disability. What's our experience? You have social stigma, where somebody labels you, people or the society labels someone as inferior or less than human. There is also the experience of social stereotyping, like what has happened to you is a disaster, it's a tragedy, but it is not. We have an experience of social inclusion. Permit me, I'm speaking from two sides today. I'm speaking as an activist because I'm a lawyer, like I told you before, even though I've also gone ahead to train as a development expert, both in practice and in the academics, but I will speak a little bit as an activist too. Then there's a situation of social exclusion, where you have institutions inaccessible, you have people with special needs, people with disabilities not being able to participate in daily life, and this exclusion have caused them to become backward in many life domains. So now this is the experience. It's real with us. But what is the effort? What are we doing? The President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on assumption of office in May 2013, by November, he signed the African Charter on the rights of human rights for persons with disabilities. We recognize that, first of all, having a framework is the way to start. There must be a framework. We're looking at the Mental Health Act, we have the Disability Act in Nigeria. So all of these framework put together are going to form a basis to which we can enforce the rights of persons with disabilities in Nigeria. He had also went ahead to set up my own office, the Office of the Senior Special Assistant. So the president felt that he needs an assistant for people with special needs and people with disabilities, and then he appointed Mohammed Abaisad into that office. And then, not just to be his spokesperson, what did he say? He asked him, he said, go liaise with ministries, departments, and agencies and ensure that their plans, policies, and programs are in sync with the perspective and realities of persons with disabilities. And he also asked him to work with state governors, subnational authorities, to ensure that the policies, the plans, have disability-friendly conditions.
Thank you.
So these are the areas of work.
Thank you for the introduction. Please put your hands together for him. So we'll get the opening remark and the key words from the Inspector General of Police.
Thank you very much. My name is ACP Tino Dangana, standing for the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Adeola Igbetukun, PhD, MPM. Social justice is a very key word and very important when it comes to policing. It is because of this that the IGs actually gave it a very serious consideration that a very senior officer must come to attend this conference. Let me first of all commend the convener of this very wonderful and distinguished gathering, because we are aware where there are disconnects in terms of social justice. There are every possibility for crime to be on the increase. The police actually understands when people are not treated fairly or equally, or because of other considerations. There are every tendencies that society will not be in good shape. Beside that, we know that of past, the police have actually gone through a lot of criticism, because it is believed that the police are actually working for what we call the bourgeoisie or the working class or those in authority, whereas it is not actually what we stand for, as the term social justice implies. It is more of, the police are seen to be fair, just to all citizens of this country. We are aware that we have this, what we call the bias. Even in the course of our investigation, people believe that the police are biased. When you are nobody, you come to the station, you are treated with disdain and are not respected. There are instances where our men misbehave. Yes, that is true, but that is not a general rule. And that is why there's need for the force to continue to train our personnel to ensure that policing attains the best practice worldwide. We're equally not unaware of the fact that there are a lot of incidents that go on in the country that is because of such a forum like this forum, social media platform, that the police got to know some of these incidences, and we tried as much as possible to address them. There are, from the social media platform, we have a department in the Force Population office where they monitor all social platforms, where incidences of injustice perpetrated against citizens are not brought or are not reported officially, but they are seen on the platform. And because of the determination of the IGP to ensure that every individual, every citizens are treated equally. There's a unit that actually monitors such platforms and to ensure that those that violate human rights are brought to book. There are a lot of incidences of recent where you see some of our policemen misbehaving on the road and they are brought to book. So we want to actually thank this convener for bringing such information to the police, and the police have been taking serious actions and disciplinary actions against deviants. Let me say that unfortunately some of the crimes committed or victims of crimes, most times because of the nature of the crime committed against them, find it difficult to come up and report. Some of these crimes, we get to know them through social media or platforms. We want to actually commend this platform for actually bringing such crimes, because some, for example, violence against women. A lot of women will not want to come out to report crimes against them, like rapes, like rape, assault, defilement, and what have you. But we want to assure the convener and Nigerians that we are monitoring every social media platform to ensure that when people don't want to come to report because of stigmatization, we want to assure you that the Nigerian police is devising a means where such reports shall be made without exposing the identities of such victims of crime. So we will continue to partner with all platforms to ensure that Nigerians that are victimized the victimized get justice. One thing again.
We'll get back to you. Okay. We'll please put your hands together for him. And we are also going to shock you, sir. You know, you said something about you are looking for a means to get feedbacks. Before this event is over, we are going to announce some of the plan the convener has with some young people here. We are creating a citizens feedback app that people from their phone can give feedback about activities. So you are going to declare it open, and at the right time, the IG is going to unveil the app himself. So that's the contribution of the convener to the Nigerian police. Before the event is over, we're going to tidy that up. Please put your hands together for him one more time. If you love this man, please put your hands together for him very well. Maybe you'll be the new face of the Nigerian police, so to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to allow, I think he is a father in every sense of it, and he represents a very sensitive part in the social justice value chain. Please, let's welcome the representative of the Comptroller General, Nigerian Correctional Service. Please put your hands together for him. Let's hear your opening remarks, sir.
First of all, I want to thank the convener of this program, Ambassador Felix, for organizing this type of program. When you gave your, I bring you the greetings from the Nigerian Correctional Service, Adunaraba, FISMC, MNR. When you gave your keynote address, you spoke as if you are a prison officer. That shows you have experience. You have highlighted most of the problems we are facing in the Nigerian Correctional Service. And I want to tell you, I just want to make a reference. When I joined the service, my mom's sister said, "Why did you go to that service? Prison of all places, why can't you go to another place?" Why? Because of stigmatization. The inmates, while they are in our custody, they feel they get out. They find it easier to go and commit crime and come back to the correctional service. Why? Because the society are not ready to welcome them. Some of the challenges we are facing in the Nigerian Correctional Service. Now, apart from that, the correctional service officers, they see them as criminals in the society. When I joined the service, the street where I was living, there was a slang. They said, warders and Protestants, they said they are the same thing. So the officers in their working place, they are embarrassed by the inmates. Outside their working place, they are also embarrassed by the society. So these are the challenges we are facing as a Nigerian service officers. We have a lot of challenges. Overcrowding is one of the issues because correctional service prison is just like a warehouse where we keep a lot of criminals, different shades of criminals. Armed robbers, people with small offenses, they are there. And our duty is to reform. And how do we reform in a place that is congested? Where the armed robbers, people with minor offenses are kept together in a single cell because of a lack of expansion of the existing facilities. These are the challenges we are facing in the Nigerian service. And I believe through this program, some solutions will come out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am sure that your mother can see the dividends of your being a correctional officer. And I'm sure after this event that will happen. So we're going to be asking some critical questions now. Ambassador has already given us some keywords, but let him just do a quick 30 seconds recap to what everybody has said, and I appreciate them. They greeted you, so just respond briefly. This one is Una well done, because we want to go into some key questions. We have 16 minutes more for this event to end. Ambassador, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I thank you all for coming. I want to take it from each point. I actually saw the need for, in my analysis of the word podium, there was a word I used, which is inclusiveness. And then in inclusiveness has to do with carry everybody along. So in that spirit of carrying everybody along, we decided that every Nigerian is important. Everybody is important. And that was why on the podium we are very careful to ensure that everybody is carried along. So there's no going down on the fact that not here, this is not there. Everybody must be carried along. And that was why we saw the need that your office was key for us to be, for everybody to be carried along. And then next to him is the IG. So I want to thank you for coming. I also want to thank you for what the Nigeria Police is doing. I just want to give a very short testimony of some of the personal advantage or benefit I've gained so far from the Nigerian police. There was a time in this city, Abuja, that a fellow I had a business transaction with felt he was too super. He felt he had the money. I was then doing a business in the aviation sector. And then in the aviation sector, there is this training we had that is +1 - 1. +1 - 1 is if you are to travel outside Nigeria on any international airline, and your ticket is meant to go on Sunday, for instance, your mind to travel is on Sunday. The law of the aviation states that it's either you travel on Sunday or you go Saturday or Monday. So this +1 - 1, head or a doctor. So there was this fellow, he was the general secretary of MB at the time, and then he contacted me to get tickets for him and his family to United Kingdom. And then I did that alongside with his PA. Getting to British Airways office, we were told that there was no seat for him on Sunday, but there was seat on Monday. And then I felt that with the presence of the PA, his PA with me, whatever is discussed there, he is involved. But before we took that decision, I am aware that the PA called him to inform me that there is no seat for Sunday, but there is seat for what? Monday. On his confirmation, we issued the ticket for him and the family. I don't know what happened, whether he was taking, maybe he was engaged in other activities. He left his family, he left his house and went to the airport on Sunday. And then getting to airport on that Sunday morning, Abuja airport, he was told that, sir, your ticket is for Monday. And then he was He got provoked and said, I said I needed a ticket for Sunday and not Monday. So he came back and went to SARS. And then asked the SARS person to arrest me and then ensure that I don't know, it's in language, he paid them to kill me. That was the language. But the SARS man, the IPO, going through the history, realized that I was not at fault in this matter. And again, I did this thing with the consent of the PA, and the PA confirmed that he has also called him to tell him that his ticket is for Monday and not Sunday. He paid SARS huge amount of money to out a particular act. Of course, they took the money. But what they did was that they were diplomatic. And they didn't go the way he wanted. The SARS man called me to a corner and said, this man has paid a huge amount of money to do you harm. But seeing you and seeing what we have said, we decided to play the other way. And then they involved then they took a decision and I was vindicated. So it's a good deal. I recommended him for a promotion when was the chairman police service commission. I think from that route he went to outside for what you call Peace Corps, and he got promoted there. So assuming police officer was not maybe moral enough on the basis of the money and the personality behind the money, he would have ended up doing otherwise. So that was a recommendation for the police. So I thank you for what people are doing.
Thank you.
Then on the aspect of the correctional service, like he said, I am very passionate about what is happening in our Nigeria. The way it ought to happen. And then when you want to go in there, you will discover that both the officers and inmates are treated very poorly. I recall that at times position where you see an officer approaching an inmate to get maybe a cup of Gary to drink Gary for himself, implying that he's not well taken care of, he's not given the adequate, he's not given the adequate compensation and reward that befits that service. I can tell you from the knowledge I have about correctional officers that in Nigeria today, I would say they are the most poorest people, most poor in terms of remuneration, salary-wise, and all of that. But yet they are doing a mighty work that even more than some other sectors. So I am of the opinion that the government of the day should also look into the affairs concerning the correctional service officers because they are doing a lot. When we hear of prison break, the first point of contact is the officers. And the question is, for any break in Nigeria, the assumption is that they have been compromised. That this thing did not just happen. There is a compromise somewhere. Maybe an officer has compromised for that jailbreak to be successful. Most often it is not so. But then the blame is on them, but the reward system is very poor. So on it all, I want to thank all of you. You have made huge contributions, and I believe that the podium will help to identify these problems and give better footing for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I take two questions from the audience, I'm going to ask our brother from the presidency, representing people with disability. Can you compare the current tolerance rate for people with disability in Nigeria with other countries? Do you think we have done well or we can do better? So I want you to assess, not as a chief of staff, but as a neutral person. Are we treating people with disability properly here compared to other countries? Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would say that people with disabilities or those with special needs are well treated in some other countries than Nigeria.
Why?
Like I mentioned earlier, Nigeria were at the beginning stage. We are beginning to put the laws.
When was this beginning?
The law in place.
When was the beginning stage? When did
I
it start?
would say this 2018 because since 1914, the amalgamation of Nigeria, persons with disabilities have not been regarded. They've not been considered. They've been ignored and neglected. Okay. Until 2018, where we have the first recognition nationally, and that was when we have the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Act 2018. So that was the beginning for us.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. I'm still coming back to ask you practical questions, how that will change. I would like to ask our senior officer here from the Correctional Service quickly. Sir, do you think there are things stopping Nigerian prisons or treatment of prisoners? Are there factors you think is affecting a better treatment of prisoners or prison environment? I am sure there are many things happening in the prison sector, the correctional sector you don't like. So can you tell us some of the things you don't like and you want to change? Then I'm going to come back to let you know, to ask what are the things affecting the change from happening. So tell us some of the things you want to change, sir. Let's hear it from you.
Thank you very much.
It's on.
The pain of correctional service is congestion. The bane of the correctional service is congestion.
Congestion,
yes.
Okay.
And what makes this congestion to be happening is because we have a criminal justice system. We have the police. Hello. We have the police. They arrest and they prosecute. The courts, they adjudicate, and they bring all these inmates to our correctional centers. We don't have any option than just to accept these inmates.
So the problem is starting from the police.
From the police.
Thank you very much. Please be on standby, please. Go ahead, sir. I just like this drama now.
Yes. So the police arrest.
Police, you take it to the presidency later when it comes to it. Okay.
Police arrest, and it is their duty. They arrest, they prosecute, they bring the inmates to the courts adjudicates, and they bring the inmates to our correctional centers. I've told you before that correctional centers is just like a warehouse where we keep a lot of inmates, all different types of criminals.
Warehouse,
where we keep different shades of criminals, armed robbers, petty offenders, everybody. As needs all those inmates, they are in our correctional centers, and our duty is to reform. Our primary duty is to reform, and we are trying our best within the little resources at our disposal. So when we reform,
do you need help?
We still need help.
From who? From government or from the citizen?
From government, from the citizen.
Is anybody here willing to help?
I will tell you the way the society can help.
Okay.
When these inmates when they get up from our correctional centers, the society should not reject them.
Wow.
There is this feeling that these inmates, they are prisoners, and so they feel there's a sort of insecurity in the society that these people, they were once criminals. They don't want to deal with them. And when these criminals, when they get outside, because the society is not ready to accept them, they find it convenient to go back to prison. And that is why we are having high recidivism in prison. People going and coming back.
Okay, they go and come.
And come back because the society is not ready to accept them.
So please, our IG, defend yourself. You've been accused that the burden starts from you.
It's their duty.
Yes, it's their duty. Are you still insisting? Please put your hands together for.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. It will get to you, sir. You must speak. Please help me with the mic there. He's eager to defend his institution. Please look for who to throw the blame to also.
Thank you very much. Listening with rapt attention the submission of the Deputy General of Correctional Service, where he was trying to push the bulk of the blame to the police. You know, police, we enforce law, we arrest, we charge to court, and you are very well aware that the legal system does not allow us to keep suspects in our cell more than you can 2 weeks. You know, the administrative criminal justice, that is AJA, has given police to go to court and apply.
Who doesn't allow you? The legal system?
No, I mean the legal system generally. Okay. There's a limit to how many days the police can keep a suspect in the cell. And the only option is to charge the suspect to court, and it's for the court to either grant the person bail if they deem fit, or ask that the suspect be remanded in prison custody. So it's not for police to be blamed in this whole scenario, but I think there's a missing link. There's a missing link because the court is being overburdened. The court is being overburdened. There are issues that generally are not supposed to go.
Are you blaming the court now, the legals,
I'm
the
blaming
judiciary?
Please,
system. Where are our people from judiciary here? Where? Hello. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
it's like we'll give them the mic shortly.
I'm not blaming the judiciary per se, but what I'm saying, there's a disconnect.
Disconnect?
Yes, there's a disconnect because, for example, in the legal system, in the legal framework, as I was trying to explain, we have the police. If there's an offense, a suspect is arrested, you can apply to the court for the suspect to be remanded in the custody for 2 weeks, and then you can apply another 2 weeks. That is the maximum that the court can grant the police to keep a suspect. That is maximum of 4 weeks. First,
before you proceed, are people treated well when they are within that space of 2 weeks under you? By your own assessment, are those people treated well because they are alleged, they are branded as alleged criminals until they are convicted? I mean, they pass through legal procedure. So are people treated well there?
You see, as you rightly said, we cannot say, that's why we say they are suspects. We didn't say they are criminals.
Are the suspects treated well?
Of course, suspect right is observed because as a police officer, if a suspect comes to your cell or to your station, the suspect has a right, and this right must be enforced. You have a right to...
But by your assessment, sir, currently in the last 5 years, are suspects treated well, sir?
I think we have improved in the manner and the way...
Before it wasn't good.
Even as it is, we can't say we are meeting the international standard.
Oh, please put your hands together for him.
Because the suspect in detention has the right to be fed.
Really?
Of course, he has the right to be fed. You don't bring suspect and you expect him to feed. That is the standard.
Is it a right or a practice?
It's the right of the suspect to be fed.
Is it a practice?
We can't say it is operational. Because
we'll get back to you, sir. Please put your hands together for him. Please put your hands together for him. Before I come to the ambassador, can I take one question from the audience, aside from the ones written? The ones written, we're going to call them specially. So give one person a mic there. So let's take our sister in pink and white, then we'll take honorable here. Then I'll go back to you. There are two questions Magnificent is going to read out. Thank you very much. Oh, you want to come out? No, just stay where you are. Let's not stress you. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you for the boldness. So who are you addressing this question to?
Okay, so I'm addressing the question to the IG of police. Yes, so I think it's with regard to persons with disabilities and the elderly citizens of the country.
Okay.
I believe the IG cut across the whole aspect of the country. So my question is, what is the duty of the police in Nigeria and the duty of the so-called Agbero in Nigeria? Does Agbero have a legal position in the country like every other uniformed men, like the police, the road safety, and every other uniformed men? Because I'm talking out of experience. I've been harassed by Agbero.
Who is Agbero?
No, not task force. Tout.
That's the new name.
Tout.
They are tout, they are task force, they are Agbero.
Yes.
All together.
Yeah, all together. So I've been harassed before, whereby there is a law, the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Law states that there should be an accessible transportation and also an accessible parkways for persons with disabilities. So this happened here in FCT, somewhere around Area 1, to be specific, whereby I picked an elderly citizen to drop him at Area 1, roundabout. I did not park to block anyone, just to drop the elderly man. You know that Area 1, for those of us who live in the FCT, there are policemen that control traffic there. There are these other road safety and other uniformed men there. VIO are also there. So a situation whereby I tried to drop this man carefully just for him to find his way to wherever place he's going to. I was not doing transportation. It's just a help I rendered. And this tout came and said, you are carrying passengers or this. Jump into the car.
So the tout harassed you?
Harassed me as
So
a person
what's
with
your
disability.
question?
So my question now is this. It happened. The reason why I'm explaining is because there were policemen there. The road safety were there. But they could not say anything.
Wow.
Yes.
Sir, answer
so that
now.
is why, because I asked.
No, my sister.
Sorry, I actually asked the policeman a question. Does it mean that these touts, their powers are more than the police we are having in this country?
You asked them?
Yes, I actually asked that question. But they could not give me an answer. They were just looking. But what I did was to tell the tout to leave my car because my car is not meant for them. I dropped the man gently and they saw the way I was aggressive. They had to leave me and I left. So that is why I'm asking, because they are all over the places.
Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. She used aggression to dispel Agboro. Please, in future, don't use aggression to do. So, sir, please answer that question. Do they have the backing of the police?
I want to thank you for this observation you have made. And to tell you, even the names Agbero, you know that it's not even legal. They don't have the legal backing to do
It's
that.
not in our constitution.
No, of course. Even when you hear Agbero, you know that these people are tout and are criminals. I'm not disputing the fact that they are not there. I was DPO Durumi, who covers that area 1 for almost 3 years and 4 months. So I understand very well what they're talking about. But we are not resting on us to ensure that these criminals get out of the way. It is very true. But you know, there's no society without crime. We will try to work hard to ensure that these boys are taken off the street. That is very true. But I'm telling you, we're not resting on ours. I've received such complaints from members of the public, even when I was DPO, and we're not sleeping over it. It's unfortunate we found ourselves in this situation, but I think there's no police officer that will actually encourage these miscreants to be harassing members of the public.
Please put your hands together for him. That's a very diplomatic, strategic answer. Let's take Honorable quickly before I ask 1 or 2 questions. We are 7 minutes away. I had to add 5 minutes more. Thank you, sir. Please tell us your name and the organization you represent and your question, sir.
All right. Kingsley Banichuka is my name. One-time youth leader of Rivers State.
Wow.
Currently a private practitioner.
Okay. One-time youth leader, Rivers State.
Yes.
Now, which are you leading? It's
also,
all right.
Also one-time vice president, South, National Youth Council.
Wow.
Just 2 questions, one to the police and one to the correctional services. During the keynote speech, the speaker said something that touched me, and that's been a fundamental problem in Nigeria, and that's to say, who do you know? And to alternate for that, how much do you have? These are 2 devils we have to treat in Nigeria, and they revolve around the security concerns. I can come to the police. If I know somebody, a phone call away turns situations around. Even if I'm a criminal, it means nothing. So I'm not afraid to commit crime because I know somebody that can put the call. But if I do not know anybody, my money knows everybody, and I put the money forward, it solves the problem for me. I'm not afraid to commit crime because I have the money. And so they leverage on these things to commit. So I want to ask the police, I know we may not get it all right, but then what efforts are you making to de-incentivize the processes of money and personality politics around the security and crime management? That's for you. Now for the correctional facilities, I also listened to Ambassador when he was speaking, Ambassador Felix, thank you very much. And you said comparatively, and by the way, if we compare Nigeria to most other countries, I've not had anybody who sat here that said Nigeria ever had or has a comparative advantage in most social endeavors. But I seem not to agree totally because I do not believe that human lifestyles should be compared. And that's why I don't believe in global standards. I believe in human standards. I must not eat like the Americans. I don't eat salad. I eat gari. So if you judge me by the way I eat salad, you may get it all wrong. Judge me by the way I eat gari. That's my own thing. So let's create human standards so that our locality is respected.
But is there a universal way of treating human beings?
Of course, there should be. But it's also environmental and definitive. But the question, sir, is we've heard that some thousands comparatively in Naira value are given to inmates and then accumulatively, when they leave the cell or the correctional facility, they are given resources. While we are even talking about the ones outside having not been well taken care of. But the question, sir, is how much in Nigeria is an inmate entitled to per day for his feeding?
Thank
and
you.
If you know that, sir, has that been given and how well is that being implemented? Thank you.
Thank you. He will answer that question. Sir, maybe we'll start with you before we get to you, IG, sir.
Hello. Thank you for that question. Before the recent increase in the food ration for inmates, I think it was 750. 750 naira per day.
750 naira per day. Is it currently or before?
Before. Now, by the good gesture of the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and our Minister of Interior, Dr. Odumatu Jojo, it has been increased to 1,250. We know the price of...
Please, hold on, sir. Can you... they say it was increased. Put your hands together for the increment. Go ahead, sir.
We know the state of things in the country.
Yeah.
So, with that amount, we are trying our best to give them adequate food in our own context. So, that's the situation of things. Thank you.
Thank you too, sir. Thank you very much. We'll get some ventilation to that, and I would like your openness, sir. Yes. Very straightforward. And we'll ask some more technical questions if time permits us. So, sir, respond to that question.
Okay.
Who you know and what you have.
No, yeah, I heard him very well. And he's trying to restrict that to the police. He knows very well that one of the speakers or one person that came out and said that you have to know somebody. But that, we're not justifying it. The fact is that you must not know anybody to get justice in most police stations. And you must not have, there are a lot of changes. For example, I know that there are many police officers that have been commended in this country by the president for being forthright in deciding their duties. As I said, in every general rules, there are exceptions. And in every society or in every organization, there are deviants. So I would say, yes, there are no deviants. If I say there are no deviants, I may not be saying the right thing. But I want to assure you that it is not in all cases that you must know somebody or you must have money to get justice or to evade arrest. There are instances, yes, but I think we are trying our best. And please don't restrict you to the police. Like my young gentleman that said he works with an NGO also was giving us instances where he couldn't get a job even when he was qualified to get the job. But that organization is not a police organization. There are ministries. But I'm not trying to justify it. But I think we are doing our best to ensure that the right things is being done. Yes, we may have some bad eggs, but I think we are fishing them out and they are dealing with them very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll just allow Ambassador to react to these questions quickly before we take 2 comments and we take the goodwill message from some of our friends here and we begin the interaction outside. Please, Ambassador.
Okay, considering what has been said so far, on the overall, I think police, they are doing their best in the little they can, in the manner they can, and the way they can. But then we see an issue of trust, which boils down to the subject matter of today, social justice. Because in an interview session I attended with the media, they were asking about how can this issue of maybe prison, for instance, like I make comparison of Nigeria and Turkey, and how can that be implemented in Nigeria? And my response to that was the fact that it can be possible in Nigeria, but the fact is that who do we trust to be able to dispense the money accurately as they have been done overseas? Is there a check balance that can actually check somebody to ensure that these things are done? So the issue of trust is an issue we are bothering or concerned about, which is the subject matter of today's conference. So I believe that with time, we can always make impact. While we prepare for this event, a friend told me, you are talking about social justice at this time and moment of our country, and I think it's not the best time for this kind of conversation. And I said that we have mosques, we have churches, And the pastors and the imam are still doing their work in their churches and their mosques, yet there is crime going on every day. It doesn't stop the pastor from preaching, neither does it stop the imam from saying what they ought to say. So we'll keep pushing the best we can, and we believe God will get results sooner or later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's read 2 questions quickly.
Okay, so we have 2 questions here. The first question, this person said, my question is addressed to the presidency. So we can have anyone from the panel answer the questions. The presidency, okay. What is the president's stand on social justice, most especially as it regards equal opportunities in jobs and recruitment?
Okay, like I said earlier, the president has, there's a law, there's a framework that states that for persons with disability or persons with special needs, job opportunity, reservation of 5% in all government institutions. So we have that legal framework, and Mr. President is committed to it, and he has appointed an SSA, including another organization we call the Commission, National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, who are enforcing these employment opportunities, especially for persons with special needs and persons with disabilities.
Okay. Thank you. Can we appreciate him? Please appreciate him. Okay, so the second question here, please, anyone can answer. It's quite handful, but I'll just try to summarize it. This person says, what is the possibility of having good society using the Nigerian case study on what is going on now? 1, the fuel rate is high, food scarcity, no employment, affordability of living in the society. Anybody can answer.
Affordability again.
Okay.
All right, there is food security issues, fuel rate is high, and unemployment. What is the possibility of having a good society when all these things are happening? Let's get your feedback from the police, please, sir.
Let me actually answer that pertains to food security. You know, our society is agrarian in nature, and we are very much aware that we've been bedeviled with a lot of insecurity in the past years. And that has actually affected farmers going to the farm to produce crops. So that has actually impacted negatively on the issue of food availability. So it is clear that it is because of the series of insecurity in the various regions, like the northeast, the northwest, the central, and these are where foods are produced. Like for example, Benue, they call it food basket of the nation. And if people cannot go to farm and they're in the IDP camps, you expect that there will be crisis. There will be food crisis in the country, and that actually is impacting negatively on the country. So that, as it may, I think the security agencies are trying to see to resolve some of these issues, but it might take some time. But we are not saying that it's going to be a miracle that overnight. After all, insecurity has become part of the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I just wanted to say something, right? That Nigeria is blessed. So I'm going to be quoting from what Dr. Sam said, where he said that there's nothing wrong with the position. It's the personality. And I just want to picture Nigeria as a gun, so to say. So there's nothing wrong with a gun, right? Until it is in the hand of a wrong user. When you see a policeman with a gun, you don't get scared. You feel secure. Oh, I'm not saying your mind, but that's the general sense. That's what it's supposed to be. When you see a policeman with a gun, you're not scared because he's meant to protect you with that gun. But when you see a Boko Haram with a gun, what happens? You run away. So I don't believe Nigeria is the problem. So we are the change. We can make that change. I just want you to look at your neighbor and say, you are the change. You are the change Nigeria seeks. You are the change. Look at your neighbor, say, you are the change. Yes, we can make that change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Magnificent. I am taking just one question before we round up, and we're going to take a group photograph. Then we are going to unveil something while we are taking the national anthem. There is somebody's hand that is intentionally up there. So please give him the mic. Give him the mic. There is a passing question here, and it's asking why is the police, they don't always have fuel in their vehicle to arrest. So that is not a question. It's not for you, sir. Don't bother, sir. Don't bother. We are supposed to be giving fuel, isn't it? Sir, you are not answering. No? Thank you very much. Whoever asked that question, please see me after this event. I'll connect you straight to the IG. My brother.
Thank you very much.
But true, sir. Why would I not take it? I wanted to walk past that question, but we will discuss that on the table, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Comrade George Wilcox.
You are from where?
I'm from Bayelsa State.
Oh, Bayelsa is here.
Thank you. I represent an organization I founded. It's all about the coastal communities. And I thank God for this Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. It is an administration that I just pray the youths will really understand things properly. It is an administration indeed that listens to issues of the day, even if they are making things, life in a way, difficult for the citizens, but at least if you are able to put your problems in a diplomatic way, they should be able, or they look at it. I've been pursuing a cause for 5 years from 2019, and it is in this administration that they gave it a listening ear, and it has to do with the coastal communities.
So what's your question, sir?
If you don't allow me to explain things better, they will not really appreciate it.
The question, okay.
Now, the thing is this. It is all about the life of prisoners, inmates. Those ones whom I believe their system of imprisonment will permit them to come out to learn maybe this TVET, vocational training skills and all of that, in order for them not to return back like our daddy said, that some of them, because the society does not absorb them, and it's about money. They are not valuable, because they don't have money. Okay, now, this is it. I'm here to say that NIMASA, the agency, has approved to build a maritime skill acquisition center for the South coastal states in Bayelsa State. Courtesy my organization, my effort, and all of it. And it is as a result of curbing sea piracy that has been affecting our blue economy. Sir, the question is this. We want to see how we can empathize with our brothers and sisters that are inmates in the prison facility, which you call correctional facilities. We want to see how the police, the Nigerian police, and the prison, what they call you people, as it were, would create an atmosphere. I think for the Nigerian police, they have a department on maritime. I want to see how you people can create an enabling environment for these inmates to come out by the time they finish the structure next year, to come out to give room for these coastal dwellers to come out and learn skills, so that at the end of the day they will be able to make something for themselves even when they are out of prison finally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What's the name of your organization again?
About the Toru means coastal. They never wanted the name in English from CAC. So I had to use my vernacular.
You converted it to your language.
Thank you very much. About the Toru Mangal Community Development Initiative. Mangal is a scientific word for coastal, for a mangrove ecosystem.
Can you take all your belongings, come and sit on one of these white chairs? You are already creating social justice. Please bring him up. I know he's a humble man. Keep clapping for him. Keep clapping as he comes up. There's an empty white chair there. Photographer, snap him. Wow. So, I am going to do this. There's just one last question I'll take, then we'll take their closing remark so that we can, some of you didn't go to your offices today, you just came straight here. No, see the one, okay, fine, they have promoted you to sit on that one. Is it not a August chair? It's all right, when in come, you go back. I'll just take that last question. Where is the person? Quickly, quickly. Okay, the lady. Okay, there are two. There is a guy and lady. So let's take the lady. Give the lady quickly.
Standing on the existing protocol.
That's all right.
My name is Christopher Quinn. My own is not really a question per se, but I just want to bring our attention to the gender justice for women with disability. To bring to our notice that women with disability are also facing injustice, because being a woman is another injustice, and then involving this is double. So please, we should, wherever we see women with disability, we should also consider them in health. When you see them in hospital, they should be attended to. And when you see them around where you live, you should also have a say to support them in any way you can. Thanks.
Secretary, please take note. Thank you very much. All right, I will just allow them to give their closing remarks because the engagement will continue after now. Just 30 seconds each, having to do with social justice. Just a closing remark, then we will follow up after here. Please, let's hear from you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for this event. We appreciate you and thank you for your spirit of inclusion. I will close this remark by saying that persons with disabilities intersect in all systems and issues. Therefore, police, please, we need access to police institutions. Persons with disabilities need to report their cases, and in that wise, there should be access in the police stations, and then access to communications and all that. And then prison too. Don't look at it that persons with disability may not come to the prison or correctional centers. Please make it accessible. And with that, we ask that you make budgets, because it's a multi-sectoral issue. Addressing issues of disability is multi-sectoral. So we are asking that from this year, make budgets for persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Budget. Secretary, please take note. Thank you very much. Sir.
Thank you very much, Convener. I want to most sincerely, on behalf of the Inspector General of Police, thank you for this uncommon opportunity to come and speak to our brothers on this very important issue, social justice. It is a fact that when we don't have justice, there are every tendency people or citizens will be apprehensive, and that will result to crimes. We are not unaware of this fact. We will continue to partner with you. The police, we are not there only to enforce laws and order. We are there to protect people's rights. And we'll continue to do that to ensure that we are fair to all citizens that come across in the course of our duty, and we will try not to be carried away by status or by positions. We will treat everybody equally and fair. Thank you.
Thank you, officer. You are becoming my favorite police officer in Nigeria now. So, Daddy, let's hear you, sir.
Thank you very much. I thank the convener of this program. It is very apt for we to have a very equitable and justified correctional system. We need the cooperation of the police, the courts, and the society. And apart from that, we need increased funding from the government. With that, I believe that correctional system will take a next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While they are still seated, I would like to welcome the Honorable Commissioner to just appreciate them and give a vote of thanks. Honorable Commissioner of Productivity, Labor and Productivity Bayelsa State. I also want to invite our sister, Constance. She has been here up before. I want her up here also to appreciate them and also appreciate everybody for coming as a goodwill message. And our sister Faith, is Faith still here? Please, we need you upstage too. Just three of them quickly. Where is Constance? Put your hands together for Constance. Give them a microphone. Give us a goodwill message and appreciate what has happened here briefly. Briefly. Thank you very much. Let him have a mic, please. Sorry, officer.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity. First, I must appreciate the convener, Ambassador Felix Apoy, It's not too long I know him, but the few periods I have interacted with him shows that he's a man that is willing to change the narratives of our country and the global space. For us, as a government, we are always at the forefront, because when my brother extended invitation to me, I took it to His Excellency, and then I told him I'll be attending a program of this nature. And they said, what kind of program? I said, the Podium on social justice. I said, yeah, those are the kind of things we really expect. That, Commissioner, you know, in our productivity plan, we've included, we've increased the number of persons with special ability to so and so number. Of course, you know, because actually there was a time that these persons with special abilities came to us when we were organizing a program, and then they said, we need so and so number. And I called the leaders that came. I said, listen, the number that government has already extended to you is more than what you are even requesting, so you don't even need to come. That look at it. And they were so happy. We in Bayelsa State, sincerely speaking, the governor has been wonderful in carrying this person with special abilities along. In any program that we do, that will make sure that the youth are benefiting, is always up and doing. I have a very brief message to send. I believe that as we strive for a world where equity, fairness, and human rights reign supreme, social justice is not a destination, but it's a journey. A journey that requires collective effort, empathy, and compassion. I believe that should we hold on to these critical elements, we will make social justice a reality and not just a dream. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Wow. It is not a destination, it is a journey. Thank you very much. Please, we're going to be having a corporate photograph later with everybody here. So let's welcome our sister, Constance.
She's here.
She's here, of course.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. When my brother over there said, Constance, you give a good message, I was like, what am I coming to say? So it took me days because I like to write from my heart and how I feel about certain issues. So I'm going to read my goodwill message. Permit me to read. I know a lot of people have come up here and they've been speaking from their head. What I'm reading is also from my head, but it's no longer here. It is now here. So permit me to read my goodwill message. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And permit me to stand on already established protocol. My name remains Constance Nneka Onyemechi, Executive Director and Founder, Women and Girls with Albinism Network. As we have gathered here to have a robust discussion on social justice, it is imperative and worthy to note that social justice involves addressing all inequalities, discrimination, and oppression. Its aim is also to promote equal access to resources and opportunities, protect human rights and dignity, and also foster inclusivity, diversity, and equity. And this is achieved through advocacy, through policy reform and legislation, and empowerment for all marginalized communities, especially women and women with disabilities. As we stand together for justice, especially for women, we remember the tragic story of Christiana, who was brutally murdered by someone she trusted. Her senseless killing is a stark reminder of the violence and discrimination women face daily. We equally remember Uwa, who was murdered in church where she went to read. Bamishe, who was murdered on her way from work. Iniobong, who became a victim when all she wanted was a job.
Afiba, and Celine, who were also murdered. Amina, a woman with disability, who was murdered by her boyfriend over a misunderstanding. The young athlete from Uganda who was set ablaze by her boyfriend after returning from the Paris Olympic. The French pensioner who drugged his wife to become unconscious and contacted strangers, 19 men, to sleep with her. Let the memory of these women fuel our determination to create a world where women can live without fear of harm, where friendship and faith communities are safe spaces, and where justice rolls down like a mighty stream. I believe that together we can make a difference and create a world where women's rights are human rights. Thank you very much. I also want to appreciate the panel session. They've thrown light to so many issues concerning disabilities, concerning access to justice, and for those who were deprived of justice, how they can get justice. But I also want to implore us that we can do better. I believe that this discussion should not just be a discussion, but it should be actions. Because I'm used to where we have beautiful settings, people come and they say things that they have rehearsed. They give back to us what they have rehearsed, but their actions is opposite of what they have said. So I want to implore the panelists that with your good office, you can continue to do the good work. You can put measures in place to ensure that the bad eggs are removed. It is our responsibility to make Nigeria better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have your speech? Can we have a copy of that speech later, please? Please, Secretary, sir. Finally, Mrs. Faith, please help us get the full names and the organization you represent. You've been smiling throughout this program. You've been an encouragement to me. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I said my name earlier, but I will repeat it again.
Please do.
Barrister Faith Dimka is my name. I'm a lawyer, and by the grace of God, I'm also a superintendent of police. I work in the legal and prosecution section of the police force. So it's an honor to be here, sir. It's a pleasure, sir.
Okay, this is your boss.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
But you know, we wear this unique regalia where we're both representing the force and we operate significantly in the criminal justice system. So that cannot be overlooked. Permit me to start my goodwill message by quoting one of the most powerful leaders that I believe has ever walked the surface of this earth, from the United States. His name is John F. Kennedy, and he said something very powerful. He said, "I would rather light a candle than cause the darkness." In Nigeria, we have a habit of causing the darkness. We have a habit of saying what is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. But we all have our inner light, and we have a duty to light that candle. And it will amaze you if each of us here would light our candle, how illuminated this place will be. That is where my goodwill message will begin. I want to thank the organizers for the opportunity that they have given me. Thank you, Ambassador Felix. You are doing an amazing job. Permit me to start with you because you are the reason why all of us are gathered here. You are the conduit pipe that connects all of us. And thank you for your selfless passion. Thank you for your heart. You are the picture of what I see Nigeria can be, that greatness that Nigeria can be. Thank you. Thank you. And I say this, let's take a niche from that. Let's all be passionate in all our various endeavors. Permit me to say this. I've enjoyed the robust conversation. I've enjoyed the opportunity that people have had to express themselves. When we stepped in here, that was incredible. That ability to speak your mind. Because that's where it begins.
Yeah.
That's where social justice begins.
Yeah.
The ability for you to stand on your own podium and speak your heart.
Your own podium.
Your own podium, yes. The podium. I'm taking that with me. I'm taking so much with me from this place. Thank you. Also, permit me. Thank you, the representative from the Office of the President. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Correctional Services, sir. Thank you so much, my able boss, the Inspector General of Police. Thank you so much, sir, for all that you've been saying and you've been doing and the contributions you've been making. I'm living here with a hope that Nigeria has a future. If we can have robust conversations like this, then we have a future. Then we are heading somewhere. And I believe that. Now, permit me to say this as I'm closing my goodwill message. I believe, this is my strong belief, that one of the greatest solutions to the social justice problems that we have is when we have responsive and responsible leaders. It begins with self-improvement, self-development, regardless of the fact that you represent an organization. You came here to work on yourself, and the better you become, the better Nigeria will be. You're going to speak wherever you are, wherever you have that opportunity. Speak with that light, and I know that we will become a better nation indeed. A nation that will be envied all across the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I am grateful.
Please put your hands together for her. Before we proceed and release our guest here, there is a report, and I think I should say it. One of our sisters, Igwe Blessing J. I am a deaf woman, but I noticed there is no provision for interpretation, which is the most important accessibility for information for the deaf. I therefore plead that the organizers should do their best in providing interpreters in your next event so as to promote inclusion for all. Where is she? Can somebody, did she hear what I said? She can speak. Please, yeah, give her the mic. We're sorry. Okay, we're sorry. We're sorry. Yeah. Please put your hands together for her. That's the last thing we want to do. You can interpret. Interpret quickly. If we don't do this, we just talked like
Good afternoon, everyone.
Constance. Yes.
My name is Igwe Blessing. So I am a draft leader. I believe that when we are talking about duty justice, but the most important aspect for all this about to dress people is access to information without interpreter. That will be no evidence or information to be present. Everything about to dress is sounding language. In every social organization and due to platform that must be sounding language interpreter. So I am pleased that people must provide sounding language interpreter in every event so that deaf people can be access to information. Thank you.
Thank you. Please let the organizer please come interpret to her. Let the organizer, Rita, come please. Blessing. Let the organizer just apologize while you interpret to her.
I want to sincerely apologize to you. In this phase, there are a lot of errors. We are where we are today because this was a self-sponsored program. We can tell you that everything you see and everything we have done, it is just an individual thing. And we believe that with partners and collaborations we are going to get today and thereafter, in our subsequent meeting, I want to tell you here that our next podium is going to be on the 28th of August, 2025. And by the grace of God, all of this will be addressed. And even more than that, we'll also put in place. So thank you. I'm very sorry for what happened.
Thank you very much. Can I make a request this afternoon before we take the national anthem? We are going to make a commitment to the Nigerian police before you leave. It's a good news. This book, written by Ambassador Felix Akboy, The Innocent Prisoner. Okay, The Innocent Prisoner is available outside. You can pick a copy to support what they are doing. Hello. As I told you, they sponsor this from their personal funds, and some of the books they give out for free. But would want you to pick a copy out there and support the organization. It is evident that they use their money constructively. They use it effectively. So please, when you go out there, don't say, what's in there they talk, what's in there they talk. Don't talk. Get a copy of the book. SARS, we want you to take a copy of this book to your bosses and let them support the organization. This is not a fundraising mechanism, but I am a very operational person. You can imagine how much money has sunk in this place. So a little support by getting a copy of this document will be a plus to them. So ladies and gentlemen, can I request we all be on our feet today? I am going to invite, I will recognize two groups. I will invite one of them out. Please help me celebrate the students from the Daniel School of Politics and Governance. Please put your hands together for them, wherever they are. Can you wave? Let's see you. Thank you. They are preparing to take over political offices 2027. They are currently undergoing rigorous training. At the right time, they'll pay your boss a visit, sir. At the right time. We also have a special group here. We call them the Green Group Nigeria. Where are they? Please put your hands together for them. Please, Green Group, can you come out quickly, because they're going to do something to the Honorable Commissioner before we take the national anthem. Ambassador, sir. This way. The Real Life Foundation is going to be working with the Green Group. The Green Group is made up of CEOs and professionals in different fields. And they are going to do something. They are going to create a mobile app for the Nigerian police. And this mobile app is called the Citizens Feedback Platform, CFP. And this app allows for people to give feedback about what they feel about the police, and it can get straight to the IG. For now, that app is going to be relatively free, no cost. That is our contribution, their contribution to the Nigerian police. And once that is done, they're coming to present it and open it up to the general public. So when you get back, sir, tell your boss that the Real Life Foundation event has added a plus to your organization. And we are doing this with a mind of giving back, so that we can, when next we gather, we don't have too much complaints, because there is a feedback mobile app. On your phone, on Android, on any other platform, you can download that app and get feedbacks and make complaints directly to the IG for necessary action. Like our sister Faith said, when people express themselves, that is the first step to social justice. That's the very, very first step to social justice. Now, as part of this commitment, I'd like you to prepare. There's going to be an interaction through the leadership of this group to meet your boss and get how that app is going to be working with your relevant department. And this is our way from the Real Life Foundation, the Green Group, and other people working here to add something to your organization. And please put your hands together for them. They are going to work. This is a mobile app. Anywhere in the world you can reach the Nigerian police, and you should be able to create a department that responds to the app. Let's just get his feedback quickly to that. Then you give them a handshake as a commitment before we take the national anthem. Thank you very much. Wow. Okay.
Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually overwhelmed with this powerful gift, because we need it. As I was telling you, some of the reports, some of the incidences we used to get is from some of the social media platform that is being monitored by the Force Population. With getting this app, which makes it more accessible to more Nigerians to ventilate the angers, getting right to the IG. I want to say I'm so on behalf of the IG, say we are so grateful. We can't thank you enough. This is a show of patriotism and love for your country. I will say we are so grateful and we are willing at any time to partner with you. And our doors are always open. We are so grateful on behalf of the Inspector General.
Thank you very much.
Our gratitude. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, please, we just let Ambassador welcome the United Nations people here while we are still standing because our time is up already. They just walked in. Yes, you can go ahead with the handshake. Okay, come and shake me first, sir. Where is the cameraman? Has he gone? Snap. Let me show my wife that Snap is a good policeman. Is it now your camera is not working? It's working. Thank you very much. You can go ahead with the answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you. While we are standing, sorry, the standing is for this issue. I want to immediately call on our beloved sister, our strong partner, our strong pillar. She just told me we've been communicating since morning. She has a very tight schedule. I'm even happy and surprised to also, in the midst of our tight schedule, she still made it here. Our mother from the United Nations, we want to call her on stage immediately because we're almost running out. Just 1 or 2 words, and then we'll be done. So I'm calling on Madam Adria Kufwa to come on stage from United Nations. She is the Senior Advisor on Human Rights, United Nations Nigeria. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Should I use this? Good afternoon. All protocol observed. Apologies for coming so late. We have a delegation in Nigeria for the next 10 days, so I was tied up with them. And I'm just really happy that I made it. I felt it was so important to be here, and so does the UN Resident Coordinator, Mr. Mohammed Fall. Knows I'm here, and he also sends his greetings. I'm sure you've had an amazing day. I think I came at the right time. I heard about the launch of the app for the Nigerian police. And so this is really wonderful news. As many of you know, us in the UN, we are working with the law enforcement, especially the police, to support the Police Act 2020. So all type of support from civil society such as yourself can only be welcomed, and we are here to support you in that. I don't want to say too much because, as I said, I'm not really prepared. I just rushed in, and we are just very pleased to be associated with this. And you can count, you can continue to count on the support of the UN as we take this work forward. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please, can we appreciate her? Okay, can we all rise up so that we take the national anthem? Media, please, can we have it displayed? Please have your seat. Okay, so please, can we all come out for the group photograph? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and our fellow advocates for social justice, we've come to the close of this event. Thank you all so much for your attendance. Thank you so much.